Under 5 minutes until we go green. James Hinchcliffe preparing to get in. Last year's pole winner. And he has consistently qualified well here. And there's the two-time winner, Juan Pablo Montoya. Montoya competing in only 2 races this season for Team Penske. Finished 10th in his tune-up in the IndyCar Grand Prix on Saturday. Now ready to go. And he will be one of the strong contenders by the end of the month. Under 3 minutes until the green flag. One minute until we go green. Less than 1 minute until the track opens for day 4 of practice for the 101st Indianapolis 500. On board with the defending champion, that's Alexander Rossi. And now you're seeing the look that James Hinchcliffe is seeing on the pit lane. Last year's pole sitter. One of the rookies, Ed Jones, last year's Indy Lights champion. And the only rookie that's full-time as we go green. Jones and others head out of the pit box and onto the 2.5-mile oval. Day 4 is a go. We are green at Indianapolis. That's one of the other Dale Coyne Racing cars. The look for Sebastian Bourdais, the 4-time Champ Car champion, heading out. Simon Pagenaud with the first pit location, the first out on track. And he's already making his way through turn number 4. You'll see him shortly on the main straightaway. Sebastian Bourdais headed back to the pit lane and into his pit box for an install lap. Meanwhile, others are up and after it. And just like that, Simon Pagenaud, 2:17, Elio Castroneves, 2:19 on their first flying lap. So already today, we're seeing the same speeds that we roughly saw for most of the day. It took us a while to get to 220 yesterday with the heavy, heavy winds. Still breezy today, but certainly better than yesterday. Sage Karam, a 2:19.5, is quickest for the moment on his first lap. And how about that? 2:25.1 for Sage Karam in the Dreyer and Reinbold Chevrolet. The Mecum Auctions car you can see on the video board. That's quicker than anything yesterday or the day before. We have to go back to Marco Andretti's speed of Monday that was significantly quicker at 2:26.338 in a draft. Next best that day was 2:25.296. So that's already the third best lap of the week for Sage Karam. 2:25.185. Joseph Newgarden at 2:22.905. Pablo Montoya over 2:21. Ed Jones and Elio Castroneves over 2:20. That's Jack Harvey that you see Karam going around. Karam coming into the pits. From race control that Marco Andretti is receiving a drive-through for an unnamed transgression, at least to us. Apparently speeding on pit lane, so Marco will drive through. That's Ed Jones on the video board. One way to distinguish, at least if you have a shot from behind of the two Dale Coyne cars, the bright yellow numbers on the rear wheel guards. Bright yellow for rookies. Jones is third quick in the early going at 2:21.583. Then Montoya, then Aloshin, Castroneves, Jack Harvey at 2:19.9. Spencer Pigot, Simon Pagenaud, and Pippa Mann rounding out the top 10. We've also seen Sebastian Saavedra and Takuma Sato working up to speed. There's Takuma Sato on track. New team this year, his first with Andretti Autosport, one of their 6 entries. 2 of them combined. Michael Schenk racing with the 50, and Fernando Alonso with McLaren. And Sato at 2:22.970 his last time. Oriol Servia over 2:21. Brian Hunter-Reay up above 222 on just his second lap. And now James Hinchcliffe surpasses 222. It's a big day for the number 5 team. They had the win yesterday, didn't go the day before. They had electrical problems. So Hinch wants to get a lot of work done. There you see the Aero car for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports. Sato over 223, second quick. Marco at 221.6, that's 7th on the board. And Fernando Alonso is heading down the pit lane towards the south end. He actually went out in the win yesterday. We didn't see a lot of activity. And the Andretti team didn't really put anybody up to speed other than Alonso. Alexander Rossi at 222. 6th quick so far. So as we expected, it's busy early. Now what we don't know is whether teams are working in race trim or if they are starting to trim out, dial it back to try to find ultimate pure speed and would be hoped to run alone for qualifying. I think we'll see a little both today. There's Alonso on the main straight first time by. Rossi second quick now, 2:23.2. Just under 2 miles an hour behind the pace set early by Sage Karam at 2:25.1. Gabby Chavez there in the 88 car for Harding Racing on track. He was 3rd quick on Tuesday. Gabby Chavez in his 3rd Indianapolis 500. But the team is new. Brand new team. Mike Harding with the Harding Group, a paving company here in central Indiana. They've been associated with the Speedway as a partner, now jumping into race team ownership. And Gabby Chavez has Al Unser Jr. working with him as a consultant and a coach. Fernando Alonso's second lap, 2:19.6 as he works up to speed. That's Jay Howard in the Lucas Oil car. Pippa Mann is in front of Gabby Chavez there. Howard, the 3rd car in line. Howard at 2:21.6 last time. Alonso at 2:21.5. It's 11th quick overall. So far, 20 are up to relative speed. Gabby Chavez is still working his way there, easing into it on his 3rd lap. And we'll probably see some speed this time by for the 88 car. Now crossing the yard of bricks. Chavez jumps to 2:11. We saw Pippa Mann a moment ago, her fastest so far, 2:20.7. And now on board with Fernando Alonso. 10th quick overall at 2:21.595, up to 23 up to speed. And Chavez was one not really up to speed at 2:18 as Alonso goes to the inside of last year's IndyCar champ, Simon Pagenaud. And Ed Carpenter to P2. 223.841 for the Chevy driver, car owner. Alonso to sixth quick, 222.745 for Fernando Alonso. In the McLaren orange colors, dipping down below the white line to signal his intentions to pit next time by. Simon Pagenaud in the bright yellow car behind him. And then that's Sage Karam in the 24 Mecum Auctions car behind Pagenaud. Karam is the fastest so far. Let's see what he does with a toe. He won't wait. He'll go around at the yard of bricks past Simon Pagenaud and lead this pack into turn one. Will Power on his second lap, 222.643, and Helio Castroneves to P2, 224.407. We are certainly in for more speed today than we've seen the last couple of days. That last lap by Karam, by the way, was at 223.2, so let's see what he does here. But he's pulling the pack. Castroneves down to the low line. And we have a yellow flag for a track inspection. So yellow flag after an early flurry of activity. And we've seen 25 already over 217 miles an hour, topped by Sage Karam at 225.185 miles an hour. Then it's Helio Castroneves at 224.4. Ed Carpenter over 224 miles per hour. So Chevy, the fastest three so far. Then it's the Hondas from Andretti Autosport of Alexander Rossi and Takuma Sato rounding out the top five. Newgarden, Alonso, Power, Hunter-Reay, and Servia complete the top 10. Yellow for a track inspection, and then we'll get going again here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And Kevin, you never know who you're going to find wandering the pits here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I found Dario Franchitti, who is working with Chip Ganassi Racing after driving for them for several years. Dario, what's it like to be back here at IMS?
Yeah, it's always brilliant to be here. It's a bit less stressful in this job than out on the track, especially with these gusty winds that the drivers are all having to deal with. But typical IMS, it's always tough.
When you are coaching each of the four drivers at Chip Ganassi Racing in wins like yesterday and a little bit today, what's some of the advice that you give them?
Well, yesterday, really, I think Scott was about the only guy who we consistently ran, and with Scott, it's not so much coaching, it was just sort of just chatting about what the car is doing and see if there's some way I can use my experience to help improve the car, to help make the team cars quicker, really.
What are some of the things that a driver feels maybe going down the straightaway with winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour?
The straights aren't the problem. It's in the middle of the corner. It's really an unknown, though, because it's the gusts that catch the drivers out. If it was a consistent wind, you'd know what you were getting every lap. But with it gusting, some laps you get it, some laps you don't.
All right, thanks, Dario.
Firestone presents Legends Day, featuring Grammy-winning artist Keith Urban, live in concert. Saturday, May 27th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with special guests Dustin Lynch and Clayton Anderson. Tickets are on sale now at IMS.com. Part of the celebration of the 101st running of the Indy 500, presented by Pengrade. Don't miss the greatest music in racing. Keith Urban, live May 27th, the day before the Indy 500.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. If you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. Check your UV index on the Weather Channel app and protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more about sun safety at outrunthesun.org. This year's Indy 500 Snake Pit presented by Coors Light is hosted by WWE's very own Ric Flair.
Race fans, let's hear your best.
Woo! 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 Woo!
I absolutely do what I love, which is IndyCar racing. There's nothing else that interests me any more than that. But ultimately, it fuels my greatest passion, which is cars. Growing up as a Rahal, there was this belief that you had to excel, you know, whether it be with cars, whether it be clean cut as a person. To my dad's dealerships, you can eat off the floor. The race team's the same. It's just the way that we do things. Cars fuel my energy to keep going.
Hi guys, today we're here to talk about the Chevy Silverado Special Edition.
Awesome.
What's your first impression?
It looks sick. This is one gorgeous truck.
Oh, did I say there was only one special edition? Because actually there's 5.
Strength and style.
Which one's your favorite?
Come home with me.
Introducing the Chevy Silverado Special Editions.
Extract, the transmission technology specialists.
In 2017 marks the 100th anniversary of the first year the Indy 500 was suspended because of the war. This year, to commemorate the heroes of our country, I invite you to raise a glass to give our heroes, past and present, a warm toast. A friendly cheers. A Fuzzy's salute.
A salute to our armed forces.
Salute. To freedom.
Hooah.
To all that serve. Salute. Salute.
Make your toast with the new Fuzzy's Patriotic Limited Edition bottle. And share a Fuzzy's salute with us. $1 from every bottle sold in 2017 will go to supporting military families through the Fisher House Foundation. Available in stores now.
And we're nearly ready to go back green again as the Michael Shank with Andretti Autosport team makes some adjustments, prepares Jack Harvey to be released once again. The yellow flag is in the air any moment now. We'll go back to green flag conditions, and the first 20 minutes have been busy. Green again, off and running again. Practice for the Indianapolis 500. And most of the Andrettis are going out together. We'll watch the run. Onto the warm-up lane. They'll merge in on the backstretch. Another busy segment is coming. Elio Castroneves was the first off the pit road. Sage Karam not far behind him, so a couple of quick ones up leading this pack of cars. And on board with Fernando Alonso, he'll be in the middle of this group. What's the plan for today? Race setup, working in traffic, or trying to find some open space and pure speed in qualifying trim? Both should likely be on the agenda for teams today, with weather looming tomorrow. Let's ride and watch Fernando Alonso as he works his way up the speed, running in turbulent air and in traffic. As Andretti goes to the inside of Sato, Alonso goes even further. 3 wide for a moment going into 1, and Alonso grabs that position in practice. And now Marco has the run up the backstretch. He'll back off into 3. Mikhail Aloshin to second quick in the number 7 SPM car, 224.611 miles per hour for Mikhail Aloshin in the Honda. Look at this pack of cars here. Alonso going to the low side of Charlie Kimball. Yes, the 83 of Charlie Kimball. Similar colors to Juan Pablo Montoya's 22. Marco is peeled off. And about half the field is on track right now. To the top of the board, Ryan Hunter-Reay, 225.826 for the 2014 champ. Second quickest so far this month, Ryan Hunter-Reay. On board with the former IndyCar champ, going inside of another champ, Will Power. Top 5 is Hunter-Reay, Karam, Aloshin. Juan Pablo Montoya now is 4th quick, his last lap at 224.471. And then Helio Castroneves is 5th. So we have an Andretti, Dreyer and Reinbold, Schmidt-Peterson, and 2 Penske's in the top 5. Honda, Chevy, Chevy is the engine breakdown. Engine ends, body kit breakdown. That's Montoya in front of Castroneves on the video board now. And Karam is right behind them. So 3 fast Chevys, and Castroneves will go to the low line. Jay Howard to the top, 226.744, fastest so far this week. Jay Howard with Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports and the Tony Stewart Foundation is fastest so far in his number 77 Honda, 226.744 miles per hour. Montoya around Castroneves. Newgarden to P3 at over 225. 225.455 for Newgarden. So we have 4 over 225 miles per hour. Fernando Alonso's fastest last time at 2:23.2. That's 13th on the board. Already 28 different cars have been up to speed over 218 miles an hour. Pippa Mann in the pink number 63 car. She's done a lot of work with the Susan G. Komen Group. She's raised a lot of money for charity in the last several years. Jack Harvey behind her in the 50. Gap Guard, Auto Nation among the partners on that car. .218.9 that time for Jack Harvey, who's had his progress limited with some mechanical issues this week that led to some contact with the wall. And a yellow comes out now. Yellow flag, a track inspection is forthcoming. So yellow for a track inspection, almost 30 minutes in, and what a first half hour we've had. Jay Howard back at Indianapolis for the first time since his only race appearance. He's been here in cars other times, but his last time in an IndyCar was 2011. He ran a few IndyCar races that season, including the 500, and right back up to speed. 226.744 for the Brits. Ryan Hunter-Reay is second quick, 225.826. Joseph Newgarden, 225.455. Sage Karam over 225. Mikhail Aloshin rounds out the top five at 224.6. Honda, two Chevys, and a Honda for the top five. We've had 29 up to speed on track thus far. 6 through 10 is Montoya, Castroneves, Sato, Kimball, and Munoz. If you're not 224, you're 13th on the board so far. So we expect a relatively quick yellow after the track inspection, and then we'll be ready to go shortly.
If you need to haul cars, motorcycles, ATVs, tools, horses, cattle, or any other cargo, there's no better option than an easy towing Featherlight trailer. Featherlight's all-aluminum trailers give you more value for the long haul, with new innovations designed into every trailer. With over 20 years' experience building race transporters, we know what it means to protect your cargo. Featherlight has a trailer for you, so visit your local Featherlight dealer today.
Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm Katie Hargett here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage. This is a very special cause to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis Motor Speedway family. That's because back in 2015, Justin Wilson was killed in a tragic accident at Pocono International Speedway, and he donated his organs in order to save 7 lives. Just last year, Brian Clausen donated his organs and was able to save several lives as well. Here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage, you can share your story on organ donation, or you can become a part of our community and sign up to donate as well.
Hey kids, do you love racing? Want cool Indianapolis Motor Speedway gear and access to exclusive events?
Then ask your parents to sign you up for the fastest club in town, the IMS Kids Club.
Visit ims.com/Kids Club for more information.
We are the Coors Brewing Company. And our mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. A beer proud enough to wear our name in big, red, scripted letters. That's why we lager, filter, and package cold. Because we believe every climb deserves a refreshing finish. Coors Light, whatever your mountain, climb on.
Coming out to see me this May? Then be sure to check out IMS.com for the latest schedules, driving directions, parking and camping info, plus much more. Start your race day plans today at IMS.com/plan-your-visit.
Before the band separated over unknown creative differences and reunited 3 decades later for a tour that sold out in 3 minutes. And your Cisco Hybrid Cloud handled millions of ticket orders without breaking a sweat. Before all of this, the experts at CDW orchestrated a Cisco Hybrid Cloud solution. Scalability by Cisco, orchestration by CDW.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. If you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be sun smart. Check your UV index on the Weather Channel app and protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more about sun safety at outrunthesun.org.
And Joseph Newgarden has been a good spokesman for that effort, which certainly should be taken into heart in a day like this, where it is sunny, it is warm, already 84 degrees. We'll go back to green in less than 3 minutes. It shows the wind at only 2 miles per hour, but it certainly is more than that in certain areas of the track, and every corner is a bit different. But nothing compared to what drivers and teams and fans were dealing with yesterday. There's the fast guy so far, not only today, but this week, Jay Howard. 226.744 miles per hour, quickest so far. Jay back at Indy for the first time since 2011, driving for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports and the Team One Cure car. Tony Stewart's foundation in the efforts. One of the things that they do is they use animals to find cures for cancer, to research. And they found not only does that help the animals, but it can be applicable to people as well. So Tony has been a great supporter of many philanthropic activities. We've seen him here around Indianapolis throughout the month. He's been at some events this week, and we look forward to seeing Tony Stewart on race day. He's going to be an A.J. Foyt's 1961 winner on race morning in the parade of classic cars. So I'm sure there will be a lot of surprises, things that most of us don't know about yet that are planned for race morning. Always our favorite day of the year, and the 2, 3, 4 hours leading up to the start of that race at about 12:20 are memories that will be cherished forever. And the great thing is we get to do it each and every year. The Super Bowl comes to Indianapolis every 365 days. Scott Dixon has won here before. Fernando Alonso is trying to join the crowd. The stated goal, not just to compete, but he wants to someday win the Triple Crown. He's won Monaco. He'd love to win Indy. And eventually he wants to do Le Mans. Back to green in 1 minute. Last year's pole sitter James Hinchcliffe is ready to go. And he's free to release. Hinchcliffe and others back out. Green again at Indianapolis. Yesterday, just over 400 laps complete. Today, in the first 30 minutes, well over 300 laps. Hinchcliffe not only won the pole last year, he started second in 2012 and 2014, so he's got qualifying figured out. He's done it with multiple teams, but he's with the same team that he won the pole with last year. Ed Jones first across the line. Castroneves and Mann and Hinchcliffe follow. Now watching Andretti Autosport teammates Ryan Hunter-Reay and Fernando Alonso work together. Hunter-Reay is second quick so far today at 2:25.826. Now Alonso is tucked in right behind him, and Alonso will go around, headed into turn 3. "32 cars have now appeared on the pit lane, all but Buddy Lazier, and that car did fire yesterday, so we may see the 96 champion on track today. Charlie Kimball in the black and green 83 is the third car in that line as Hunter-Reay dips below Alonso again. how close they are tucked in together. This time, no change as Hunter-Reay and Alonso separated by about a quarter of a car length as they go into turn number 1. Last time by was Alonso's best speed, 2:24.305, that moves him into the top 10 of the day. And for Fernando Alonso, that is the fastest complete lap he has ever turned. An average of 224 miles per hour, quicker than the 223 he did on Monday. Joseph Newgarden did 2:24.488 last time by. And now Alonso is chasing Helio Castroneves, the 3-time champion. Sage Karam right in front of them. Alonso comes all the way up to the inside wall. Castroneves and Alonso both sweep by. And Alonso, if it were a race condition, would have picked up 2 positions with that move. And 5th fastest lap now for Fernando Alonso. With that draft, 224.641 miles per hour. Sage Karam in the Meekin Auctions black and yellow car. He had the early quick time over 225, still 4th best at 225.185. Sage Karam has always been fast here, his 4th 500, and his team. The only IndyCar race they enter each year is always well prepared here at Indy and competitive. Graham Rahal's red and black Steak and Shake car for Rahal, Letterman, Lannigan Racing. In the middle of that crowd, Joseph Newgarden is right in front of him. And Karam is right behind him. J.R. Hildebrand also in the mix. In the 21 preferred Freezer Services car for Ed Carpenter Racing. And orange car looks a lot like Tony Kanaan's old 7-Eleven car with Andretti Autosport. That is Spencer Pigot in the 11 car for Juncos Racing, and a similar color scheme but enough different to differentiate it for Sebastian Saavedra, his teammate. Side by side, and Castroneves will go around the outside to get that spot. That's all part of the practice planning. Finding out where the car will work, where you can make a pass stick. former Indy Lights champions hooked up together. Joseph Newgarden in the Hum by Verizon cars going to the low side of Spencer Pigot. The more recent champion of the top step of the Mazda road to Indy. "30 cars have gotten up to speed today, over 219 miles an hour. Zach Veach has been on the pit lane, Max Chilton as well, waiting to see Buddy Lazier. Those are the three others not up to speed so far today. Graham Rahal onto the scene. We are already over 500 laps complete. And of note, it took just 45 minutes today of running to exceed yesterday's lap total of 407 laps. Yellow flag, yellow. Yellow flag on the course, waiting for a report. So yellow flag, everyone headed back down the pit lane. And no specific report. There was a radio call about the 9 being slow. That's Scott Dixon in turn 2, but he's made his way down pit lane as well. So a quick check, and we should go back to green shortly. There's on board with the number 9 of Ganassi, pitted just beyond the yard of bricks. And a cut tire is the reason for this caution. Already 517 laps in. Again, it took only 45 minutes to surpass yesterday's total with those heavy winds. For a comparison on 400 per hour, so we are beyond that pace. We're not even into an hour in today, and it's not surprising. With weather looming, teams are scrambling to get through their program. Today they need to finish up working on race setups, running in traffic as we look on to Tony Kanaan, another former champion here at the Speedway, but also preparation for qualifying. Normally, much of that work would be done tomorrow on Fast Friday when the boost is turned up to qualifying levels, but there's no guarantee of time tomorrow. Keep in mind, we might wake up tomorrow and it's sunny and 78, but you have to plan and listen to what the forecasters are saying, and they're saying there is a pretty decent chance of rain tomorrow. So teams will be busy today. Takuma Sato is always a threat here at Indianapolis. He went for it back in 2012 in turn 1. Went for the lead in the final laps against Dario Franchitti in his first year with Michael Andretti's team. And one of his teammates is Fernando Alonso. And look at the shirts the crew guys are wearing there for Andretti Autosports. That's specifically the McLaren Honda Andretti team. They say, in it to win it. And on the back it says, check it for Andretti. And John Andretti is here today at the racetrack. Everyone's friend, a great racer who's won in NASCAR and IndyCars, has raced a top fuel dragster, has won in sports cars. And John's going through a tough time. He revealed recently that he's dealing with colon cancer. And John is always thinking of others, so he's working to turn this negative that he's dealing with into a positive, and he is imploring those that are 50 or older to get screened and get their colonoscopy as soon as possible. Early detection significantly increases the chances, and John's optimistic about beating this, and we are too. So everyone is with John Andretti as he looks to win the biggest race of his life. And it's great to have him back at the Speedway today and see so many in the IndyCar community supporting John and also spreading the word to help others not have to deal with this. So you're going to see all of the IndyCar machines with a Check It for Andretti sticker. And I believe most of, if not all of the NASCAR teams for the Charlotte event, the Coca-Cola 600, are going to do the same. One, I believe it's Landon Castle's car, is fully painted up in support of John's mission. So great work again by John Andretti, who has done so much for so many, for Riley Children's Hospital with his annual Race for Riley karting event in July at Newcastle Motorsports Park, former IndyCar driver Mark Dismore's track. So happy to see John here at the track today. There's one of the rookies, Jack Harvey. He's won here on the oval and Indy Lights before and on the road course, and just missed winning the Indy Lights championship in consecutive years and the scholarship from Mazda that goes along with it. But he's worked to put together a program, and he's here for the first time with Michael Shank, a great racer who also has dreamed of competing at Indianapolis and gets that chance in partnership with Andretti Autosports. And that's the fastest car, not just today, but so far this week. The Team One Cure machine with Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports and the Tony Stewart Foundation. Jay Howard, 226.744 miles per hour. ready to go back green flag racing in less than 3 minutes. Teams are doing. Some may still be set up for race running, and they'll still put up some big numbers running in a draft, but others will trim out a little bit more, and then they're hoping to run alone.
Yeah.
So the speeds may be similar, running alone, trimmed out as much as you can, but how much can you trim out? Because you're going to run into some turbulence today. It's very difficult to get a clean, open track on a day like this.
It's going to be busy. There's no doubt about that. Helio Castroneves is the busiest of the 32 drivers out there so far. He's already turned 37 laps here this afternoon. Helio Castroneves, 9th quick right now. 37 laps turned in.
Hopefully it just stays that way.
You're with Dale Coyne Racing for the first season. You're also reunited with your engineer, Craig Hampson, who brought you those 4 championships. What's that reunion been like so far in 2017?
Well, it's been obviously really good. We really haven't had any luck in the last 2 races. Probably did 4 laps combined altogether. We really enjoyed the start of the season. So we'll just try and keep that momentum back and see what we can do. But definitely it was a really good start of the month on Tuesday for us. So hopefully we just, make little progress and don't lose that car, because it was a lot of fun.
And Kevin, it's been a great start to the season for Sebastian Bourdais. He was a winner in St. Pete.
And he was the championship leader, Katie. We head into Phoenix, taken out in a start of the race crash there, lost an engine here in the Grand Prix, and Sebastian is known for his prowess on road and street courses, but he's won his share of ovals.
Yep.
And he's also been pretty good here, especially recently. 9th last year, 7th in 2014, so don't count out Sebastian Bourdais. Back to green.
Marco Andretti that time by. Marco Andretti with the jump up in speed. He's now 3rd quick. Marco Andretti 3rd quick in this practice session. 225.709. Last time by. Tony Kanaan also up a tick. He's 22nd now. 222.424. 222.424 miles an hour. Last time by for number 10 NTT Data Honda of Tony Kanaan. Jay Howard still leading the way right now. 226.7 lap. He turned roughly 45 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago or so. Ryan Hunter-Reay was second. Marco Andretti now third. Joseph Newgarden fourth. Sage Karam fifth. And Fernando Alonso, he's in the top 6 right now. Alonso's best lap today at 224.641 miles an hour.
Two cars up to speed already today in the first hour. And over 625 laps, just barely over an hour in.
That's 200 more laps than we saw yesterday in 6 hours.
Yep. I'm amazed that we saw that many. I would
agree.
I mean, I understand that you want to prepare for all potential elements, but my thinking would be it's one thing to deal with that on race day, and we'll do it if we have to, but I wasn't sure if the risk was worth the reward. But some said they got things done. Scott Dixon, for example, was one that said they weren't quite where they wanted to be the day before, and he felt like they found some things yesterday, even with that heavy wind.
Tony Kanaan was one of those trying to find some stuff as well. It did about 7 laps or so as we see him go too wide through turn 3. A little much on a practice day, but why not? Tony Kanaan yesterday was working through turn 4. He got one of those big gusts of wind. About turned the car sideways. That's when he decided, you know what? We'll park it for the rest of the day.
Look at this. There wasn't a whole lot of room there between the pit wall dividing the main straight from the pits. And Joseph Newgarden makes it work. He's 4th quick overall on the day. Now Ryan Hunter-Reay is tucked up right behind him as well, headed down the backstretch, and Hunter-Reay will retake that position.
He's going to bottom out a little bit as well. Probably running a full fuel load, I guess.
Yep, that makes sense. You're more likely to see those little sparks early on in a run. The tires aren't fully up to temperature, but it doesn't take long. I'm told that by the time on your outlet you get to turn number 3, usually you've got the tire temps up pretty good. And there's a big spin and a heavy crash for Joseph Newgarden. Team Penske's Joseph Newgarden has made heavy contact with the wall. That is on the south end of the racetrack, the exit of turn 1 in the short chute.
Well, he's moving around inside the cockpit. That's good news. Likely getting on the radio as well to talk to his crew and let him know that perhaps he's okay as the steering wheel comes off and Joseph Newgarden appears to be ready to climb out of that car.
So great to see that Joseph Newgarden from just outside of Nashville, Tennessee, is able to get up on his own.
He's going to collect himself a little bit here, though.
Let's watch him as he makes the walk, and he's hobbling just a little bit, and that was a big hit for Joseph Newgarden.
Well, good to see that he's okay after that spin. Kevin Lee, that was, I mean, for a practice incident, that was pretty heavy contact. As you see the mark he left up against the safer barrier there in turn 1.
Big contact, and Newgarden had been mixing it up. We had seen him go down to the inside on the main straightaway and make a move. He had just been passed by Ryan Hunter-Reay a lap or two before, so he was in the mix. So we as observers sometimes get complacent, but this place can bite you very, very quickly. And when it goes wrong, there's next to no time, if any, to make a correction. And Joseph Newgarden has our first heavy contact of the week. Jack Harvey made some contact on Monday. He later learned the result of a broken steering column, and he was on an outlap and just pushed up to the wall at, he said, not quite 100 miles per hour. So there was damage, but not that significant, relatively speaking. This one, much more significant for the number 2 Team Penske car of Joseph Newgarden. So we are yellow and will be for a little bit.
So we can get a replay on exactly what happened. In fact, here it is now up on the video boards. Hard to tell from that angle, Kevin.
Fortunate that no one else was collected because there were 2 or 3 running right behind him, and a lot of shrapnel on the racetrack. Lost it by himself.
By himself, yeah.
And is that Dixon behind him? Rossi? I think it was Dixon. It was one of the NTT data cars.
Now, the card's obviously up on the record, but the good news is Joseph Newgarden climbed out of that car and appeared to be okay. Joseph was running 4th quick in today's practice session. 4th quick for Newgarden, his top speed at 225.455. 225.4 for Joseph Newgarden today.
A lot of work coming up for the Team Penske team.
This in-car look at it now. Right along with Joseph Newgarden. Just got a little loose.
Got his hands off at the last moment when he knows there's nothing that he can do. And then a second impact.
Yeah.
Look at the force that wheel turns.
A couple of cars right behind him, Kevin. Look like I think you're right. It was the number 9 of Scott Dixon and perhaps the 98 of Alexander Rossi.
Whoa. Yeah, that's definitely Dixon. Rossi has to get slowed down. And then that's one of the Juncos cars. Either Piggott or Saavedra, 3rd in line there. So we'll wait for information on Joseph Newgarden, who will make the mandatory check to make sure all is okay. He's hobbling just a bit. And Team Penske will get to work. And if and when Joseph is cleared and okay, their goal is going to be, we want that car back on the racetrack by the end of the day today to at least shake it down, because there's no guarantee of running time again before we go qualify. They'll at least have some practice on Saturday before qualifying starts, but it's very busy and there's not a lot of time to get much done.
So Team Penske, one of those teams that have the luxury of really having Indy 500 only cars. So that car likely has been sitting in the shop back in suburban Charlotte, North Carolina for several months as they worked on that car to get it ready just for the Indianapolis 500. So that's one of their top cars in that Penske stable that they'll take back to the garage and see if they can fix it up. Another look at the car as it's headed towards the garage area right now.
Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 101st running of the Indianapolis 500. I'm Katie Hargett here in one of our mini trackside stores where you can get all IMS and IndyCar gear. So let's check out what we've got for you this season. If you're looking to get driver autographs, this is going to be your hot ticket item. It's the program for the 101st running of the Indy 500. And unfortunately, I know it's not good news at a racetrack, but if it does rain this weekend for qualifying, we've got you covered. We've got hooded ponchos as well as IMS wing and wheel logo umbrellas. And if it's hot out, which I'm hoping for, we've got you covered as well with all your Indy 500 hats. Then as we move through the store for hot grandstands, some seat cushions, those are hot ticket items as well. We also have shirts for everybody. Here, this is my favorite one, this wing and wheel logo in navy, but we've got other colors and other items for you as well. So if you're looking to get your IndyCar and 101st running of the Indianapolis 500 gear, be sure to check out many of our trackside stores.
2017 marks the 100th anniversary of the first year the Indy 500 was suspended because of the war. This year, to commemorate the heroes of our country, I invite you to raise a glass to give our heroes, past and present, a warm toast, a friendly cheers, a fuzzy salute.
A salute to our armed forces.
Salute. To freedom.
Hooah.
To all that serve. Salute. Salute.
Make your toast with the new Fuzzy's Patriotic Limited Edition bottle. And share a Fuzzy's salute with us. $1 from every bottle sold in 2017 will go to supporting military families through the Fisher House Foundation. Available in stores now.
Whether you're on the highway, the back way, the straightaway, or some other way, at Firestone, we believe when the rubber meets the road, the rubber should always win. Durable, dependable. Firestone tires. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
You know, at Advance Auto Parts, we have some of the most knowledgeable and helpful people working in our stores. We just thought you should know. Because buying online and picking up your part at the local Advance Auto Parts store is so easy that, well, the most they may get to say to you is, "Hi, here's your part." It's a shame, really. Buy online, pick up in store in 30 minutes. Advance Auto Parts. Let's get you back on the road.
Hey fans, I'm Graham Rahal. You can see behind me the Wall of Gratitude. We're here right on the plaza behind the pagoda. You guys can come down here. You can put a name on a plaque, give thanks, give gratitude to a veteran that served our great country. I'm going to do so today with my grandfather, who was a Purple Heart recipient in the Navy in World War II. So I'm going to put his plaque up here shortly. But it's a great partnership that we're doing with Crown Royal and our team. You know, obviously with Military Appreciation Month and Armed Forces Weekend, everything else here at the Speedway, Memorial Day. I mean, what better way to give thanks to the vets, those who have served, past, present, those who are obviously both home and abroad currently. We thank you very much for everything that you've done. It's been great to have a lot of vets here with us today and over the next couple of weeks. So I strongly encourage all the fans, come on down. You can put your plaque here, whether it be a family member or anybody else. You can also come down and help build a care package to send off to our troops overseas right now. So thank you, Crown Royal, for coming up with this. You know, and we're very proud as a team to be associated with it.
All right, Graham, thank you very much. And that is a wonderful program from the folks at Crown Royal as we head into Armed Forces Weekend here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Well, we're back to green. Green flag waving once again on this practice day, Thursday, here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We hope to hear from Joseph Newgarden here momentarily as he gets checked out at the infield care center, but apparently he was okay after that heavy contact that he made. Car got a little loose on the exit of turn one. He made heavy contact with that south short chute. Meanwhile, back to green. out there working hard. Charlie Kimball in the 83, now out of the backstretch. That last time by for Charlie, 224.2 miles an hour. He's 14th quick today. 14th quick for Charlie Kimball. Number 83, Novo Nordisk Honda for Chip Ganassi Racing. Kimball is a guy who's been in the top 6 consistently so far this week during practice. Charlie Kimball with a nice start to his run here at the Indianapolis 500. The oval here at the Speedway. Jay Howard in the number 77 also back out on the race course. Jay Howard in that number 77. So far the fastest today. Had a big run and a big draft when he turned a lap at 226.7 miles an hour. Jay Howard in that number 77. Tony Stewart and Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports. Again, he's back out on the race course. Here's a good look at Jay Howard. Blue and white Honda for Schmidt-Peterson and Tony Stewart's Foundation. Lucas Oil on the side of that machine. Jay Howard. Good to see Jay Howard back at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Timing and scoring. 25 cars are up over 222 miles an hour. Up to 25 cars now reaching that 222 mile an hour speed limit. Charlie Kimball in that aforementioned 83 machine. Black flag ordered back on pit road for some body work that appears to be coming off that Novo Nordisk Honda. So we'll see the 83 back on pit road momentarily. Those guys will make sure that everything's buttoned up. Here we go, sending back out. So Charlie Kimball headed back to pit road. Faster that time by for Tony Kanaan. TK now 20th quick at 222.7. TK climbing that speed chart, 222.7 miles an hour. of those bright blue Chip Ganassi Racing Hondas back on pit road. Expect to see those two out perhaps working together for most of the day with Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan. Got to have a keen eye to tell the difference between those two cars. A little more white on Tony Kanaan's car, a little more white, especially on that front nose, or the nose cone. But gotta have a keen eye to see the difference between TK and Scott Dixon, both, of course, former champions here at the Speedway. Well, while we've got a break in the action, just moments ago, Joseph Newgarden talking to some of the media outside the infield care center. Good news, he was okay. If you just joined us, he was involved in a spin just a few moments ago in the south end of the racetrack. Let's hear from Joseph Newgarden.
Feeling and what happened?
Well, I'm feeling all right. I banged my left foot a little bit, so it's going to be bruised. So I'll get through that in the next couple weeks. But totally fine. You know, the car did its job like it's always has. We got a great safety crew here in IndyCar. We got a great racing tub with Delar and all the safety equipment that we do. You know, just makes the cars very reliable. So I'm fine. You know, tough break for us on the 2-car with Team Penske. It's not obviously something you want to do, especially on a day like today. You know, pretty nice day out. No big issues. So disappointed that we ran into a problem there. We were coming in, so I haven't even had a chance to look at what happened. You know, it seemed to just get away from me when I was trying to get in and keep out of the way from guys behind me, and that's really all I know.
Do you think wind was a factor at all?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just got called into the pit, so I was coming in. I didn't want to check up too much for the guys behind me and cause a problem. But it just didn't get away from me. So, you know, until I get to look at everything, I'm not 100% sure what caused it. It was a really good day. You know, I think we had a good run going up till that. So, you know, again, I'm not sure what it went on. You know, it's probably my mistake. So, until I get to look at everything, it's hard to tell. So, you know, I feel bad for our guys that we got extra work to do, and you know, we really don't want to be having extra work. So that's what's tough. That's good, guys.
All right. Well, it is great to hear from Joseph Newgarden there, who appears to be okay. That spin on the south end of the Speedway just a few moments ago. They were having a great day as well. Top 4. Joseph Newgarden and Team Penske. In fact, he has the fastest Chevy today at 225.455 miles an hour. 225.4 for Joseph Newgarden. Fourth quick. As the Team Penske guys, that Hung Chevrolet, get back to work in the garage area to see if they can fix that car. Maybe getting back out late this afternoon to see how that plays out. But certainly getting back out there for practice tomorrow. Meanwhile, practice rolls on here at the Speedway. We look at the number 7 of Mikhail Aloshin. He's 7th quick. 7th quick in car number 7. Mikhail Aloshin from Russia, 224.6. His fastest speed so far today. opportunity to look at Zach Veach out there on the race course. Zach Veach in that white and purple number 40 for AJ Foyt Racing. Indy Women in Tech Championship, which comes up later this month. Crossing Golf Course. It's the sponsor of Zach Veach, young man from Stockdale, Ohio. Rookie here at the Indianapolis 500. Veteran of the Mazda Road to Indy, Zach Veach. And the yellow flag is out. Caution returns here to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Track inspection time. Caution returns here at the Speedway for a track inspection. Zach Veach makes his way back to pit road. Only briefly, though. Don't think this is going to take very long. Should get back to green momentarily.
This year's Indy 500 Snake Pit, presented by Coors Light, is hosted by WWE's very own Ric Flair.
Race fans, let's hear your best.
Woo! 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 Woo!
Mom, we're late, and I left my soccer bag at Cindy's, and I need to get my dress today.
It's okay, honey. I'll take care of it.
Oh, Mom, I'll take care of it.
We'll take care of it with new online scheduling. Now you can book an appointment with a highly skilled Indiana University health doctor anywhere, anytime, from your smartphone or computer.
What? I told you I'd take care of it.
Schedule an appointment today at iuhealth.org/bookonline.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. If you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be Sun Smart. Check your UV index on the Weather Channel app and protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more about sun safety at outrunthesun.org.
Firestone presents Legends Day, featuring Grammy-winning artist Keith Urban, live in concert. Saturday, May 27th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway with special guests Dustin Lynch and Clayton Anderson. Tickets are on sale now at IMS.com. Part of the celebration of the 101st running of the Indy 500, presented by Pengrade. Don't miss the greatest music in racing. Keith Urban, live May 27th, the day before the Indy 500.
First time taking off, it's something that you have to experience.
Some of my best times were in a van.
Just your average California kid.
Cars fuel my energy to keep going.
Well, the track inspection continues here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Making sure the track's cleared off, good to go as this practice rolls on. We've already seen 32 drivers out on the 2.5-mile oval. Still have yet to see Buddy Lazier. He's back in the garage, but he will be the 33rd and presumably final qualifier when it's all said and done this weekend. Remember, we've got qualifying this weekend. We help set the field Saturday and, of course, pole day on Sunday. Knock on wood, weather permitting. We might be dancing around some raindrops throughout the course of the weekend. That's okay. We've done that before here. No big deal. We can handle that sort of thing. Beautiful today, though. Temperature up around 86 degrees with a track temperature of 114. In fact, if you go back in turn 4, it's even higher than that. Turn 4 track temperature at 121 degrees. So 121 degrees back in turn 4. If you're joining us, make sure you lather up some SPF 30. Stay hydrated, lots of water or whatever else you may have in the cooler. And we welcome you. Hope you're having a great day today. If you take a look at the track conditions up on the video board right now, again, up around 86, 87 degrees. And it's a hot one out in turn 4 at 120 degrees. Something for these engineers up and down pit road to consider when they send their cars out. Track set up, car set up. Make sure it's perfect for when those conditions come calling this weekend. All right, 3 minutes now. 3 minutes to go here before we go green once again. So stand by. Good look at Tony Kanaan inside that cockpit. That fan pointed directly at him, trying to stay cool inside that NTT Data Honda. Tony Kanaan, of course, the 2013 Indianapolis 500 champion. One of the more popular wins in recent memory here at the Speedway. Of course, anytime TK takes the lead, you usually get a big reaction from the 300,000 or so fans that'll be here on race day. Standing by. We should go green here momentarily. Good shot of Alexander Rossi there, just kind of tapping on the steering wheel. He's ready to go. Come on, guys. Let's go green. Let's go here. Good look at Jay Howard there. Fastest so far in this practice session. I'm going to guess we're going to hear from Jay here momentarily. Looks like Katie Hargett is down there. Another shot of TK, Tony Kanaan. As they refire those engines, Yep, there we go. Green flag is out once again at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Here we go. Practice resumes. Let's send it down to Katie Hargett, who has right now the fastest man in this practice session, Jay Howard. Hi, Katie.
And Dave, Jay taking just a quick break from some of the on-track action. Jay, what are some of the things you need to work through today? Yesterday, as we know, so windy. Tomorrow, some possible rain.
Yeah, you know, we never know what the weather's going to do. Right now, it's beautiful, and the wind's died down a little bit from yesterday, so we're pretty happy. Yeah, the guys have a laundry list of stuff that we want to run through, so we're just busy working through everything, and right now, yeah, the car feels great, so we're really happy.
This is the first time you've been back with us in IndyCar in several years. What was it like coming back in one of these things, especially here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway?
Yeah, obviously, coming with a team like Schmidt-Peterson makes it a lot easier. Yeah, great group of guys, and just, it's like riding a bike, you know, never forget, so, yeah, credit to the team, it really helped. Yeah, wouldn't be able to do it without them.
You also have a great cause on the car with you this year, Team One Cure. Can you give us kind of a summary of what Team One Cure is?
Yes, Team One Cure is all about comparative oncology, and we're trying to bring awareness to that. It's amazing. You know, really encourage people to go to Tony Stewart Foundation, also Team One Cure websites, read up on it. You know, I don't think we have long enough for me to really go into detail about it, but it's amazing what they're doing, and I'm driving for an amazing cause, so it's super special.
All right, thank you so much, Jay. You can find him in the number 77 for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports this May.
Tell you what, we got a good group out there right now. 3 of the Penske cars are out there. Elio Castroneves, Will Power, and Juan Pablo Montoya, all 3 are out of the race course right now. You've got 2 of the Ganassi cars out there, and Scott Dixon and Tony Kanaan. You've also got Ryan Hunter-Ray from Andretti Autosport. Good group out there right now. Kanaan pulls off. He's back on pit road. Alexander Rossi's out there. And number 29, Fernando Alonso, makes his way back out of the race course as well. So Fernando Alonso, 29, back out on the race course. There's a shot from his onboard camera. Exiting pit road. The warm-up lane at the south end of the race course. Fernando Alonso, double world champion. He's already had a busy day today. 32 laps turned. His quickest at 224.6. Roughly 2 miles an hour off the pace set by Jay Howard earlier today. Fernando Alonso ride on board with the man from Spain. Look at that group right there. Power, Castroneves, Hunter-Ray. Those 3 working together on the backstretch now through turn 3. Riding on board with him. Man, he really dips those left side tires down below the white line, doesn't he? So, slingshotting past 3-time Indy 500 champion Elio Castroneves. He's now 3rd in this group. Will Power leading the way. Ryan Hunter-Reay just ahead of Alonso. Now Castroneves to the rear. As Hunter-Reay now slingshots around the leader. 4-car group. Alonso's teammate pull off back in the cool down lane. So now that 4-car group has become 3. Will Power again leading the way. Then it's Castroneves and then Fernando Alonso. That time by at 218.2 miles an hour. So well off his quickest speed of the day. As Alonso pulls off to the left-hand side, and he'll hop on the cool-down lane. So Fernando Alonso coming off the race course. Meanwhile, Castroneves and Power continue to work together. Charlie Kimball with a big jump that time by. Kimball in the 83 for Chip Ganassi Racing at 225.1 miles an hour. So Charlie Kimball now 6th quick. Bumps Alonso down to 7th. So the top half of the speed chart right now. Jay Howard leads the way. Ryan Hunter-Reay 2nd quick. Marco Andretti 3rd. Joseph Newgarden's 4th quick. Sage Karam now 5th. Charlie Kimball 6th, Fernando Alonso 7th. Top 7 here in practice so far today. Another driver who has got a Monaco win on his resume. Juan Pablo Montoya is out there. The 4-car group. So Montoya leading this group now. And the number 22, that black Team Penske Chevrolet. Castroneves right behind him. And it looks like the 20 of Ed Carpenter. Is he out there as well? Castroneves slingshots around Montoya, so it's Castroneves, Montoya, Power, and Ed Carpenter. man who's second quick in this practice session, Ryan Hunter-Reay, leading that group. Caution flag flies once again. Caution's back out. Caution flag flies once again. Well, as expected today, it's been busy. Nearly 900 laps already turned here in the first, 2 hours of this practice session. And given the yellow time, it's actually only been about an hour and 7 minutes of green flag time out on the race course. So we've seen a lot of action, again, upwards almost of 900 laps turned. And the top 16 cars are up over 224 miles an hour. The top 16 are up over 224 miles an hour. Just looking at the speed chart right now, of course, you know, Jay Howard led the way with a big speed right out of the gate when the green flew at high noon. He turned a lap at 226.7 miles an hour. Had a big toe, a big draft when he turned that hot lap. Ryan Hunter-Reay second. His teammate Marco Andretti is third. Joseph Newgarden was fourth before he had that spin on the south short chute. Got a little loose coming out on the exit of turn one and slapped the wall in the south end of the race course. The good news is he climbed out okay. Joseph Newgarden is fourth quick. In case you were just joining us, we have a replay of the Joseph Newgarden spin. Again, it happened roughly 20 minutes or so ago. Here it is now, as he did it all by himself. Car got a little loose, and that back end just came around. And at that point, all you can do is hang on and get your hands off the steering wheel. See some of the debris coming off the race car itself. And again, just backed it in. Just barely got the end of the safer barrier, but did make contact at least towards the end of that. And we have a shot from in-car, or on board, if you will, with Newgarden. There he goes. Hands off the steering wheel. Look at that wheel snap around. That's why you want to keep your hands off of it. Very likely, if you try to hang on to it, it'll break your wrist. All of these guys are taught at a very young age to get your hands off that steering wheel. That's exactly what Joseph Newgarden did there to avoid any injury to his wrist. But again, the good news is he climbed out. We've already heard from him. He said he was having a good day, and certainly when you look at the speed chart, he was having a good day. Joseph Newgarden, fourth quick today at 225.4. Sage Karam, fifth quick. Charlie Kimball, sixth. Fernando Alonso, seventh quick so far today, followed by Michaela Lotion, who's eighth. Will Power, ninth. Alexander Rossi rounding out the top 10 in speeds here today. So another quick track inspection. We expect to go green very quickly here. It's momentarily Momentary caution here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Expect to go green here momentarily. So stand by. On behalf of the Holman George family, we are glad you are with us today in what is a very busy and fast afternoon at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Yellow flag is up from flagman Brad Hockaday. So we're just a couple of moments away from returning to green here at the Speedway. So green flag is up. Stand by. About to go green here at the Speedway. green flag is out once again. Green flag, here we go. A couple A.J. Foyt cars out there. Gabby Chavez, that Harding Racing Chevrolet. Gabby Chavez out on the race course again. A couple of Penske cars out there as well, including Will Power and the number 22, Juan Pablo Montoya. I know everyone's working hard out there, but I'm looking at Elio Castroneves, who's already turned 56 laps today. By far leads the entire group. 56 laps and counting today. Three-time champion Elio Castroneves. That orange is starting to look familiar up on the video boards right now. Fernando Alonso also back out on the race course. Fernando Alonso also back out on the race course. Busy track out there. This will be fun. Cars out on the race course right now. Make it 21 after the Ed Carpenter Racing guys make it out of the race course. They're on the backstretch right now. Ed Carpenter and J.R. Hildebrand both out of the race course. 21 cars are out of the race course as we speak right now. Colors for him here for this year's Indy 500. White and gold. Shell sponsorship to Team Penske. White and gold livery for Elio Castroneves. Big group of cars here on the front stretch. Max Chilton moving up the speed chart. Max Chilton moving up. He's now 20th quick. Drivers, Formula One experience. Max Chilton, 222.8 miles an hour. 222.8 for Max Chilton. Now 8th quick. Sebastian Bourdais now 8th quick. Time by at 224.7 miles an hour. So 224.7 that last time by for Sebastian Bourdais. Right behind Castroneves to make the move around the former champions. They head to turn 3. Kayla Loshin getting aggressive out there. Scott Dixon pull over and let that number 3 car in front of him. Scott Dixon getting some work done here today. Looks like Dixon's going to hook up with his teammate Charlie Kimball now. Number 83 Nova Nordisk Honda. Head on the swivel when you're out there trying to hook up with your teammates. Meanwhile, you see the 21 of Jerry Hildebrand going back to the field as well. A lot of traffic out there on the 2.5 mile loop. And some 20 cars out there right now during this practice session here on a Thursday. Defending Indianapolis 500 champion, making his way back out on the race course. You see Rossi in that blue and yellow Napa Auto Parts Honda back out on the race course. Mikhail Lotion making his way back down to the cool down lanes. Mikhail Lotion coming back in. And Fernando Alonso back out on the race course as well. Alonso out there as he makes his way down the front stretch. His teammate Ryan Hunter-Reay in tow. Alonso that time by 220.9 miles an hour. 220.9 miles an hour for the double world champion in Fernando Alonso. He now tucks in behind his other teammate in Rossi and slingshots around. So we've got Alonso, Rossi, Hunter Ray, all three teammates working together here this afternoon. A little quicker that time for Fernando Alonso, up at 221.785 miles an hour. So 221.7 that last time by for Fernando Alonso. See what Alonso does that time by as he got around his teammate Alexander Rossi, and Alonso took a big turn downwards at 216.1 miles an hour. So he's getting some work done in traffic right now with his teammates and Hunter Ray and Rossi, and now Michaela Lotion has decided to join the party, as has Kevin Lee.
Hello, Dave. It's a little taste of race day here today, I think.
This is fun. We've had upwards of 21 cars out on the race course together, so it's been a fun little afternoon so far.
And one thing to keep in mind as we move forward, assuming the weather works out the way we hope it will and the schedule stays intact, is the Monday following qualifying.
Yeah.
Next Monday, and this is something that's only been the case for the last few years, but if you want to see cars mix it up, running race simulations in traffic, that Monday is wild. And we just saw Alonso going down to the low side again of Michaela Lotion.
I think Lotion was trying to get out of the way, but found himself up on the high side and backed off at the same time. Both got through the corner okay as Alonso continues to work his way around this race course. And now with a big line of cars in front of him, including Simon Pagenaud, the reigning series champion. Very easy to spot Simon Pagenaud out of the race course, isn't it?
As someone that is tasked with identifying cars, I love cars like that. We like easily identifiable cars. I think it's good for branding, too. The more people can identify it, the more people are talking about it. That Napa car is usually pretty easy to spot, too.
Yep,
that's a good look, and we're quite familiar with it. Last year's 500 winner. So Ryan Hunter-Reay is going to pit. He comes down the low side of the back stretch, but still plenty more out to play.
I like watching Alonso. He really dips those left side tires below the white line around this race course.
He sure looks like he's pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not afraid to do so.
Hinchcliffe has entered the party. He'll file in at the back of this group and try to catch up and get some work done running in traffic. And the train led by Simon Pagenaud and now Alexander Rossi.
Looks like Graham Rahal is going to get in there and mix it up as well as Alonso. had to take evasive action to get around Simon Pagenaud there. And now Michaela Lotion is caught 3 wide. Going through the middle of that. Yep. Pagenaud pulls off, so he was slowing down. You got to keep your head on a swivel out there, don't you?
3 wide there with Dixon, one of those involved, a Lotion.
Yeah.
Saw Alonso a couple of days ago split 2 cars. Right now, the track is not likely to be conducive to better the speed that Jay Howard did at 226.744. So don't be surprised if we don't see a big number for a little while. It's 3 degrees warmer than it was earlier, and even more important, the track temperature is up about 15 degrees.
Yeah.
But by the time we get to 5 o'clock, if teams want to show what they have, we might learn something today.
I didn't get a chance to see the Jay Howard lap. Was he behind? I'm sure it was in a tow. But
I didn't see it either, but I'm sure he was. He was very busy at that time, and I don't think there was anyone getting a clean lap.
Yeah.
And for those that are watching around the world, we're talking about the drafts, aerodynamic drag. And here at this place, I'm told it's 6 to 8 seconds in front. So
Tony Kanaan once told me 7 seconds was the standard, which sounds kind of crazy.
Which is like a full straightaway. So I've been told if you can see the car as you exit 4 going into 1, there's at least a little bit of aero help. And obviously, if he's within a second or 2, even a greater help.
Yeah.
It's like a big whirlwind.
Scott Dixon pulling off the race course. He's 14th quick. Scott Dixon, a 2008 Indy 500 champion. Looks like Zach Veach's guys in the car heading back to the garage area, back to Gasoline Alley. We'll see him here in just a bit after they work on their car for a while. Marco Andretti also back out on the race course. Marco Andretti, and you see James Hinchcliffe up on the video boards now. James Hinchcliffe, number 5 Aero Honda for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, back out on the race course. The mayor of Hinchtown, 23rd quick right now, so that's a spot that I can tell you he's not happy with and not used to, quite frankly.
I would think this is a big day for Hinchcliffe. His teammate Aloshin has had some speed throughout the opening week, but some electrical problems have set the program back with the number 5 car. So I'm sure he wants to get some things done today to try to secure a good qualifying position and also to make sure the race car is as he likes. And we have a yellow flag. Yellow. All cars to the pit lane. And we saw Chad Smith, the drummer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, in the flag stand. Again, we talked about great access all the fans have. Some get a little bit better access, and that's one of the perks.
Where do you sign up for that access?
Yeah. I don't believe I've done that. So yellow right now.
Likely a track inspection or maybe a little debris out on the race course.
Or maybe to allow Chad to climb down without the fear of cars going by at 225 miles per hour. Honda's the top 3 spots so far, paced by Jay Howard, the quickest so far this week, 226.744 miles per hour.
Well, we should be green once again momentarily here, but meanwhile it looks like the Andretti drivers have all hopped out of their cars and gathering together to discuss setup and, see what they can get going for the weekend. That includes Marco Andretti, Ryan Hunter-Reay is in that mix as well, Alexander Rossi, and Fernando Alonso's in that mix. Good to see all the Andretti guys wearing some shirts representing what John Andretti's going through as well right now, Kevin.
Check it for Andretti, urging everyone to have their colonoscopy. And John got his in time to give him a chance, and he said if I would have gotten it done earlier, I would have had even a better chance. So early detection is the key, and John Andretti, anyone that's ever come in contact with him, thinks very, very highly of John. Not just a great racer, but a great person. And you and I have been part of his event at Newcastle Motorsports Park and
Dismore's place.
We have gone through the grass a few times, and John usually gets to pick the winner by pushing them along to the finish. And he picked you last year. He picked me the year before.
Yeah.
So now we need to start working on his son, Jared Andretti, who is a sprint car driver and has done some sports car racing as well, the next generation of Andretti's. But Jared is going to take over as the pro that mixes it up with the rest of us. And then in 2018, we're going to have both John and Jared on track with us.
Jared right now is driving non-wing sprints, being a USAC guy, I'm sure he could use a little money. So is he accepting payments for help in this year's race? Is that how that works?
I would think so.
Yeah.
This is interesting. A powwow with most of the Andretti drivers, and great to see Michael with his cousin John's shirt on. I saw Mario wearing the Check It for Andretti shirt. The front says, "In it to win it," and John is going to win this race. One of his daughters is getting married soon, so he's going to have surgery after that. He's going through treatment in Charlotte and back here in Indianapolis. He looks great.
Yeah. He was joking about his hair. You say you still got some hair, and he said, "Well, it's a little thinner than it used to be, but
he looks good."
Yeah, he does look good. Tremendous spirit, and something that all of a sudden you find yourself in the middle of, roughly 4 months ago. But he's a fighter. Always has been. NASCAR, IndyCar.
So now he wants to help make sure others don't deal with what he's dealing with right now.
Yep.
That's the 29 of Fernando Alonso, I believe.
Yep.
And one of the reasons teams will be going back to the garage now, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going through more significant changes to put the cars in qualifying trim. It's possible someone's already been out in qualifying trim, but we saw a lot of running in traffic. So most likely in race setups, they've done that. They've learned as much as they can. Now it will take a little bit to get the car turned around. So when they come back, don't be surprised if we see a little bit more speed.
Yeah. Taking a quick look at the no-tow list. These are the speeds that drivers have turned laps out there without the help of any draft or any tow. And the quickest right now is Ed Carpenter, who's been quick really all week. Monday, Tuesday. You can throw out Wednesday, if you will, because of all the wind we had yesterday. But Ed Carpenter's been quick all week. So good around this 2.5-mile oval. But Ed Carpenter, the quick lap by himself at 224.051 miles an hour. 17th quick overall today, but he is the quickest all by himself.
And that's the number you want to look at when it comes to qualifying, to see who can do it on their own. And today it's very difficult to get a lap without help. So that no-tow report doesn't tell us the whole story. Someone else may be quicker that just hasn't had the chance to run without the aid of a tow. It's a good look at Jack Harvey's car.
We haven't seen Jack out of recent time here, so he's the only Andretti driver still in the car. So we expect to see Jack Harvey back out on the race course at Michael Shank Racing with Andretti Autosport here. 1 minute before we go back to green here at the Speedway.
We were talking about the race for Riley that happens in July at Newcastle Motorsports Park. Got a note from Endurance Karting. They supply the karts for that event, and they're very good rental karts, if you will. And Joseph Newgarden has been involved with them. Zach Veach as well, running their 24 Hours of America event that is coming up. They do a lot of events around the country, some arrive and drive events. You can find them on Twitter at eKarting, on Twitter.
What's the damage deposit on those rental cards, out of curiosity?
You and I should know from our time together.
Chad Smith, waving the green flag. Good job, Chad.
It's good to be a rock star, isn't it?
Man. The risk of a drummer coming into full fruition there. He needed that to wave that green flag. That was impressive.
They should let him next go down into what we call no man's land, the little tunnel area between the track and the pit lane. The drummer for the Red Hot Chili Peppers, Chad Smith, up in the flag stand today, enjoying his visit to Indianapolis. Hang on.
I think we've got a new IndyCar fan.
If he wasn't already, he is now.
Uh-huh.
And that's the thing, that those that do come out and experience this place, not just the place, but also the racing, are pretty hooked. And that's one of the reasons why those of us that are heavily involved with IndyCar are excited about Fernando Alonso. We're not just excited because of the pedigree and the fact that a double world champion is here, but we know he's going to help introduce this event and this series to new fans, and they're going to see what the competition is like.
Yeah. I know the Spanish and Italian networks overseas will air the race in Monaco and then stay on for a special pre-race leading into their coverage of the Indy 500.
That's great.
Yeah, so they're going to make it a full day of racing in Spain and Italy as well. Certainly the interest overseas has dramatically increased with the presence of double world champion and Fernando Alonso. Look at this group coming down to the front stretch.
Led by the rookie Jack Harvey. Graham Rahal says, I'll take that spot, and he's going to bring Juan Pablo Montoya with him. And Juan says, you know what, I'll go ahead and lead. I've won this 2 times.
Max Chilton is behind Harvey in that group, and the Ed Carpenter cars are working together again. Jerry Hildebrand and Ed Carpenter. There's Harvey. There's Max Chilton behind him. Graham Rahal there in that Steak and Shake Honda for Rahal Letterman Lanigan Racing. Graham Rahal right now 18th quick. 18th quick of the 32 cars that are out there on the race course. Last time by for Graham, 220.9 miles an hour. 220.9 last time for Graham Rahal.
Helio Castroneves with Scott Dixon right behind him, 2 former winners. And Dixon in the new look this year. We've seen him in the Target colors for so many years. For the moment, he's in the NTT Data colors. .32 cars on track up to speed so far today. We might see Buddy Lazier before the end of the day. They're finishing up preparation of that car. Now Elio to the inside of Scott Dixon into one.
Castroneves has already turned 78 laps in the 2 hours and 40 minutes or so of this practice session, by far carrying the heaviest workload today. 78 laps turned for Elio Castroneves.
I think teams are thinking along the lines of what we're thinking. There's nothing guaranteed for significant preparation beyond today. And any time that's available tomorrow more likely is going to be put towards qualifying setups.
And done so early on. If you look at the weather forecast, there might be some weather moving in later on in the day tomorrow. So certainly a full session is not guaranteed by any means on Fast Friday. Castroneves and Dixon continue to work together around the race course as Dixon brings Castroneves around.
And this is very beneficial for both. When teams run together, they learn how they work in a pack with a similar aero kit. For example, when the Andretti's all hook up, they see how the car behaves behind a Honda, but it might be different behind a Chevy. So this is the Honda of Dixon and Chip Ganassi Racing and the Chevy of Team Penske and Elio Castroneves. And this is an important day, too, for Ganassi. We think that they're ready. They know what they're doing. They're good here every year, but remember, they switched from Chevy to Honda this year. So they're learning as they go throughout the week. So it's been very impressive how strong they've been this week.
Yes. And for the most part, having four cars going in different directions to see which setup works best with which driver, obviously. That's part of it as well. But what a luxury to have a big team like that. Even bigger luxury if you're Andretti Autosport. You've got 6 cars.
Mm-hmm. They can simulate their own race as we ride on board with James Hinchcliffe, who just went around Jack Harvey. And that's the challenge for the single-car teams, or even the 2-car teams. It's really hard to get that done, so you need to find some friends, or just mix yourself in with the group. Up to 88 degrees now here in Indianapolis. It's been in the mid-80s for the last few days. Last I saw, though, it's going to drop down into the 70s, maybe even the high 60s by next week. Still, I think too far to say what it's going to be race day. I've not seen any kind of a race weekend forecast as of yet.
Nor have I, no.
And if I did, I don't know that I should spend much time on it.
All in due time. We've got some time between now and then. Although it looks like pole day Sunday might be a little on the chilly side, or at least chillier than what we've had so far this week.
Correct.
That will change the setup a little bit.
I trust the forecast as far as temperature is concerned a little bit more than precipitation. It's very difficult to predict here in central Indiana. All we do know is that there is a significant chance of rain Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But that also means there is a significant chance that it won't rain at times.
Is that how that works?
Yes.
I like the optimistic side of that.
We're going to get some things done this weekend. And what this is going to do is if there is a dry patch on Saturday and there is a forecast of rain on Sunday, then everything Saturday is going to be amped up just a little bit. The way the format works now, the Saturday times don't really stick. It's sort of a test session. It's to make sure you get qualified for the field, stay off the back row, and so forth. But they have not officially announced how it would work, what the provisions are, but it would be safe to guess that if everyone gets a chance on Saturday and it rains on Sunday, then Saturday your position is going to be where you start in the race.
Right.
J.R. Hildebrand going alongside Helio Castroneves, makes the move into turn one. JR has been consistently good here the last few years. We all remember his run in his rookie year, nearly winning and finishing second. But 6 500s now for J.R. Hildebrand. He finished 6th last year, 8th the year before, 10th the year before that. And he's run all 200 laps all but 1 year here. And he and Ed Carpenter have developed a good relationship. They share information very well. And that's a good idea when your teammate is the boss, to help him as much as you can. And that's why JR has been invited back for, I think this is his 4th season with Ed's team. And this year, he's running full-time again in IndyCar.
By the way, we have an update from Buddy Lazier via Twitter. Do you know Buddy's on Twitter?
I do. I follow him.
Yeah,
yes.
I do too. At Buddy500 Lazier. He reports that his car is in tech and should be out just before happy hour. So maybe around 4:30 or 5, we should see the 96 Indy 500 champion back out on the race course.
I hope he gets here before happy hour starts, because I think it's going to be very busy. And no matter how good Buddy Lazier is, and he's great, he can still wheel a car here. But your first laps in a year in the middle of this traffic seem pretty daunting to me.
Yeah. I'm not going to argue with that point.
But there's usually at least a little bit of space that you can find.
Be in the number 44. It was originally entered as the number 48, I believe. They changed the number. It's now the 44. Lazier Racing Stalkit Tivoli Lodge Chevrolet. We'll see Buddy Lazier back out on the race course, we think, later this afternoon. So Oriol Servia back out on the race course, that other Spaniard that's in this race.
We were talking about the advantage of having a teammate. Graham Rahal runs alone throughout the season, but he greatly enjoys having Servia with him. for this race, and also coming up at the doubleheader at Detroit the weekend after the 500. They'd like to put a program together for Serbia to race more, if not all of the time, for Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan.
Yeah. They would love to have a two-car team, but even more so, they would love to have a two-car team with Oriol, because that team has such great respect for Serbia that they handpick him to be a part of that. And he offers so much great information, so much great feedback out there as well, because he's been around the sport for a while, but he's a really good racer as well.
And very, very well regarded within the driver ranks and within the team ranks. He's an asset.
Serbia, by the way, 21st on the speed chart at 223.345 miles an hour. Serbia is 21st on the speed chart as you ride along with the mayor of Hinchtown. Speaking of Twitter, James Hinchcliffe at Aero Electronics Honda. Here he is on the front stretch, following Helio Castroneves. And 24 of Sage Karam directly behind Hinch.
So this is a Chevy, a Honda, and a Chevy. And Karam is looking to make a move on Hinchcliffe.
Looks in right behind Hinch. And will make the pass as they enter turn 3. Castroneves, by the way, up at 95 laps now here on the race course. So
I'm not sure if anyone will get to 500 miles today, but we might see someone get 350 or 400 in.
Carlos Munoz, driving the famous 14 for AJ Foyt Racing this year. Carlos, it's a good day to be out here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Coming up on qualifying, though, what are you focusing on today?
You know, mainly race stuff, changing the balance of the car. Isn't bad, you know. I think we're getting closer to where we need it to be. We just need to find a little bit more speed that we don't know where to get it. But you know, the good thing is to have a good racing car. Right now, we're checking everything, making some changes before we go up again to race this afternoon. Just race, fuel tanks, and trying to be in traffic the most that we can. And you know, that's the last day we can do that, right? And then it's qualifying. Tomorrow is just qualifying focus. Then hopefully the weather stays with us for the weekend, and Monday we can practice a little bit more. But you know, it's still a little bit windy today. Makes complicated a little bit turn one. Like we saw one car hitting the wall there. It makes it a little bit more difficult. I will say it's the same condition for everyone, so we have to just keep running a lot.
I think one of the images that sticks out at most in my mind when I think of you in the Indianapolis 500 is your head and your hands after finishing second. Do you think you have the car to get that top spot this year?
Not yet. I think to be honest, we don't have the car yet. But we never know in the race, right? Like I said, I think we are 70% where we needed to be 100% similar to that car. Just the Honda seems pretty fast, but you know, I will give everything on track. The team, AJ Foyt Racing, is doing an awesome job, you know, just working hard.
All right, thanks so much, Carlos. Again, that's Carlos Munoz and the number 14 for AJ Foyt Racing.
All right, thank you, Katie. Munoz has been as good as anybody that hasn't won this race in a short time span. Second as a rookie, second again last year, 3 out of the 4 times. He could have easily won the race running up front. Now a new team. All those with Andretti Autosport. Now he's shifted to the AJ Foyt camp. Watching Sebastian Bourdais on track with Tony Kanaan not far from behind him. And they are the only 2 on course right now. Expect a little bit of lull as we hit the midpoint of the day, the 3 o'clock hour in Indianapolis, halfway through the 4th day of practice. Likely many teams back in the garage area making the changes from race trim to qualifying trim, looking for pure speed. Kanaan wants to do any kind of qualifying sim, now is a good opportunity with the track to himself. We'll get a real idea of what they can run with no help with a tow right now.
Interesting that TK is 3rd quick on the no tow list at 222.4. That's still a couple of miles an hour slower than Ed Carpenter, who paces that list. Tony Kanaan, that time by with a lap 220.031. So TK a couple of miles an hour off what he did earlier today in this practice session.
And now Kanaan will pull in, and the track remains green but is empty for the moment.
Kind of a replay of what we saw yesterday.
But we are much more optimistic that it
Yes.
will get busier.
Yes, it will be. Nice shot of TK there on board as he heads to pit lane.
Happy hour today. He is going to be very active, most likely. So relatively busy again, with at least a half a dozen cars on track. J.R. Hildebrand in the white number 21 car. Simon Pagenaud, the fluorescent yellow car, is right behind him, and they're at the back end of a half a dozen cars. Tony Kanaan is leading that group in the blue car up front. Scott Dixon is the third car in line, the second blue car. Ed Jones also is in there. Just one car on the track for the moment. Sage Karam crossing the yard of bricks. He put up the early number today of over 225 miles per hour. That's still good for 5th quick overall. And he's the 2nd fastest Chevy of the day. And now Sebastian Bourdais will come out to join Karam on track, although Karam has just come down the pit lane. So Bourdais will have the track to himself for a moment. And I think this is a new high for 2017 in central Indiana. It's now registered as 89 degrees here at the track. 89 degrees. And on the video board, you can see the track temperatures registered around the track. And we are seeing some smoke coming from the back of Sebastian Bourdais' car. And we are yellow. Yellow for the Honda of Sebastian Bourdais and Dale Coyne Racing. And he had just come out onto the track. And remember, Bourdais lost an engine on Saturday in the IndyCar GP. Now, this may not be an engine. So we'll see. And Bourdais quickly takes it to a stop.
Hey everybody, SkyTrack 13 meteorologist Sean Ash. We are the official weather station of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and here's the forecast for this afternoon. Much like the last couple of days, going to be very warm, temperatures in the 80s, and unfortunately going to be windy. So white knuckler again for the drivers here as gusts may get to that 25 to 35 mile zone. Now, it is a spotty storm chance, but I think we're going to have plenty of dry hours for today. Unfortunately, as we go into Fast Friday, we're upping the rain chances here, and in fact it will be likely at times, and then again we are going to have bouts of thunderstorms around as we go into qualifying weekend. This is a view as we get into Saturday morning. So this is how it stands: a 30% chance today, we bump it up to 80% on Friday, a wet start to pole day, and then we dry it out. There'll be a race against time to get those laps in. We'll keep you updated. Have a great day.
Welcome to the the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm Katie Hargett here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage. This is a very special cause to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis Motor Speedway family. That's because back in 2015, Justin Wilson was killed in a tragic accident at Pocono International Speedway, and he donated his organs in order to save 7 lives. Just last year, Brian Clausen donated his organs and was able to save several lives as well. Here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage, you can share your story on organ donation, or you can become a part of our community and sign up to donate as well.
As technology advances in IndyCar, there's more and more inputs and information that have made their way to the steering wheel, and it's a very busy place. On the backside, of course, are the paddles for shifting. Upshift and downshift just takes one single click, but also 2 additional paddles for the clutch. Now keep in mind, because of the diversity of circuits, sometimes you pit on driver's right, sometimes you pit on driver's left. And when you're leaving, that's when it's really tricky to work the clutch, so therefore drivers might want to use either hand. Going to the front of the wheel itself, you can look at the various inputs and display. The shift lights here, they will start yellow, go to green, and then up to red. The idea is you want to pull the shift just before you get to the last light. This is your gear position indicator, and then there's a host of things that happen with the dash, which we'll discuss in a moment. Now the remaining switches, up top there's weight jacker. So these are only allowed on ovals, but a weight jacker, a couple of clicks here, either left or right. A hydraulic cylinder actually changes the cross weight of the car. It makes a huge difference, especially as the fuel load goes down. Some of these are self-explanatory. The radio button, push to pass, neutral for when you're coming in for a pit stop. On the right-hand side, you have your pit speed limiter. You need to select reverse, reset. That's used when you go into pit lane to reset your display, and then you can change the display of the dash by scrolling through the pages. This particular dash, there's 3 pages that you scroll through. The fuel trim switch here has 8 different positions, and you may have heard radio conversations where they say wheel 8. And that's because they want you to go to steering wheel 8, because there's another one of these switches inside the car. So if you hear a call dash 3, there's another switch that's used predominantly for diagnostics. It's on the dash. The wheel switch here is done for fuel economy. The current dash has 4 lines of information if you count the gear selector. And look what's coming for 2017. A new cutting-edge LCD screen that's completely customizable. You can change the pages, you can do custom alarms. When you make one of the changes on the wheel, you can customize how you want that to display when you make those changes. And there are 48 pages that you could choose from to customize, where there were 3 on the original dash. Now, of course, LCD technology has been around for a long time, so why now in 2017 open up the rulebook for these new displays? Well, it has to do with cost containment. This original system, if you add all these pieces up on a steering wheel, it can add up to nearly $25,000 for this unit. And amazingly, just like upgrading a computer, the new LCD display, amazingly, just the display itself is 1/3 the cost of the original.
I've been counting all my steps, on my nose just turned to yes. Silently I must confess my troubled history. All position for the Indy 500. It's washed away all my sins, starting over once again. This is where it all begins, it's right in front of me. Down is not where I belong, this aching heart won't turn to stone. There's a fire inside these bones, it was meant to be. I see your world still full of light, how could I ever been so blind? I still haven't lost my fight, that haunts me in my sleep. Why Rossi, the rookie, is leading the 500.
Almost touching turn one.
Alexander Rossi into turn number 4 on you.
Twin checkers are out and the rookie will win the 100 Indianapolis 500-mile race. You just won the Indy 500,
Hey fans, I'm Graham Rahal. You can see behind me the Wall of Gratitude. We're here right on the plaza behind the pagoda. You guys can come down here. You can put a name on a plaque, give thanks, give gratitude to a veteran that served our great country. I'm going to do so today with my grandfather, who was a Purple Heart recipient in the Navy in World War II. So I'm going to put his plaque up here shortly. But it's a great partnership that we're doing with Crown Royal and our team. You know, obviously with Military Appreciation Month and Armed Forces Weekend, everything else here at the Speedway, Memorial Day. I mean, what better way to give thanks to the vets, those who have served, past, present, those who are obviously both home and abroad currently. We thank you very much for everything that you've done. It's been great to have a lot of vets here with us today and over the next couple of weeks. So I strongly encourage all the fans, come on down. You can put your plaque here, whether it be a family member or anybody else. You can also come down and help build a care package to send off to our troops overseas right now. So thank you, Crown Royal, for coming up with this. You know, and we're very proud as a team to be associated with it.
No doubt. Great work by Crown Royal, and thanks to Graham Rahal for helping to promote that program to honor those that have served and protected us. Well, the cleanup continues for what might be an engine failure for Sebastian Bourdais not long ago. The exit of turn number 2. So that's the reason for the yellow at the moment. We did have our first significant incident and wall contact of the week, the first heavy wall contact. Jack Harvey had some on Monday on an out lap, not anywhere close up to speed, and that took some time to repair. But this one was heavy at full speed for Joseph Newgarden. Just after 1:10 this afternoon, not quite 2.5 hours ago, running in traffic. You can watch it on the video board. Newgarden loses it, loops, hit first with the left front corner, and then the left rear, comes back around, and is going to make contact again. So first at the exit of turn 2, and eventually slides down the track at the apex of turn 2, or I should say the exit of turn 1 is where it began. Here's another look. Good to see the cars are once again staying on the ground. A couple of years ago, that was an issue, and IndyCar has worked hard to rectify that. The trouble was when the cars turned and were going backwards, they were getting in the air, and Newgarden's car did turn, and just a teeny bit of lift, but that's it. Newgarden got out and hobbled a bit to the ambulance. He has been checked, cleared, and released, so Joseph Newgarden is essentially okay. He says his foot is a little bit sore, a bruised left foot, but he has been cleared to compete when the team determines that they are ready once again. So certainly lots of work going on in the Team Penske garages, and that will be one of the stories to follow to see if they are prepared and back out and ready this afternoon, either in that car repaired or taking the engine out and putting it into a backup is the other option. Let's hear from Joseph Newgarden now. After he was released from the IU Infield Care Center, he spoke with the assembled media.
How you feeling and what happened?
Well, I'm feeling all right. I banged my left foot a little bit, so it's going to be bruised, so I'll get through that in the next couple weeks. But totally fine. You know, the car did its job like it always has. We got a great safety crew here in IndyCar. We got a great racing tub with Delar and all the safety equipment that we do. You know, just makes the cars very reliable. So I'm fine. You know, tough break for us on the 2-car with Team Penske. It's not obviously something you want to do, especially on a day like today. You know, pretty nice day out. No big issues. So disappointed that we ran into a problem that we were coming in. So I haven't even had a chance to look at what happened. You know, it seemed to just get away from me when I was trying to get in and keep out of the way from guys behind me, and that's really all I know.
Do you think wind was a factor at all?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I just got called into the pit, so I was coming in. I didn't want to check up too much for the guys behind me and cause a problem, but it just seemed to get away from me. So, you know, until I get to look at everything, I'm not 100% sure what caused it.
How had the day been before you guys there?
Say again?
How had the day been before that?
We were having a really good day. You know, I think we had a good run going up till that. So, you know, again, I'm not sure what it went on. You know, it's probably my mistake. But, you know, until I get to look at everything, it's hard to tell. So, you know, I feel bad for our guys that we got extra work here when, you know, we really don't want to be having extra work. So that's what's tough.
That's good, guys. Thank you.
Good to see that Joseph Newgarden is okay. And one of those that had an excellent opportunity to win last year's 500, running at the front. Finished third, his best results. Ninth the year before. He's run all 200 the last 2 years. But unfortunately, our first heavy contact this week. But good to see that Joseph Newgarden is mostly okay. Sore foot is what he's going to have to deal with. Yellow now for track cleanup after the mechanical issue for Sebastian Bourdais. That's getting close to complete. So we'll see how many takers there are with a little more than 2.5 hours remaining in today's session. And expect the final 60, maybe even 90 minutes to be very, very busy. But as you can see, not many cars on the pit lane right now. That's Simon Pagenaud's car being turned around. Set up to tow back to the garage area for some changes.
Welcome to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm Katie Hargett here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage. This is a very special cause to the Verizon IndyCar Series and Indianapolis Motor Speedway family. That's because back in 2015, Justin Wilson was killed in a tragic accident at Pocono International Speedway, and he donated his organs in order to save 7 lives. Just last year, Brian Clausen donated his organs and was able to save several lives as well. Here in the Driven to Save Lives Garage, you can share your story on organ donation, or you can become a part of our community and sign up to donate as well.
Hey race fans, this is Joseph Newgarden making sure you have your tickets to Firestone Legends Day on Saturday, May 27th.
Get autographs from me in the morning and rock out with Keith Urban later on.
Go to ims.com/legendsday now for tickets.
I absolutely do what I love, which is IndyCar racing. There's nothing else that interests me any more than that. But ultimately, it fuels my greatest passion, which is cars. Growing up as a Rahal, there was this belief that you had to excel, you know, whether it be with cars, whether it be clean cut as a person. To my dad's dealerships, you can eat off the floor. The race team's the same. It's just the way that we do things. cars fuel my energy to keep going.
Before the band separated over unknown creative differences and reunited 3 decades later for a tour that sold out in 3 minutes. And your Cisco Hybrid Cloud handled millions of ticket orders without breaking a sweat. Before all of this, the experts at CDW orchestrated a Cisco Hybrid Cloud solution. Scalability by Cisco, orchestration by CDW.
Makes it the greatest for you. The Indianapolis 500 presented by Pengrade. The greatest spectacle in racing. Seats still available. Get yours at ims.com.
Hi guys, today we're here to talk about the Chevy Silverado Special Edition.
Awesome.
What's your first impression?
It looks sick. This is one gorgeous truck.
Oh, did I say there was only one Special Edition? Because actually there's 5.
Nice. Strength and style.
Which one's your favorite?
Come on with me.
Introducing the Chevy Silverado Special Editions.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. If you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be Sun Smart. Check your UV index on the Weather Channel app and protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more about sun safety at outrunthesun.org.
And we're nearly ready to go back to green flag conditions. And there it is. The track is once again available for practice, and we have a taker, Oriel Servia, coming from the north end in his Rahal Letterman Lanigan racing car. Ariel Servia, the lone car on track right now. Entered for his 8th Indianapolis 500. He started on the front row in 2011 and finished 4th in 2012, 6th in 2011. Servia is one of 19 entered in this year's race that have won an IndyCar race. Servia won at Montreal back in 2005 and has had many, many other very strong runs and podium finishes. Sage Karam is also headed out on the course. He has not found speed relative to the others so far today. So we'll see what the Harding racing car is able to get done. Servia pitting, so now Gabby Chavez has the track to himself. Now watching Sebastian Saavedra on course with one of the new teams this year, Juncos Racing, partnered with AFS Racing. And Saavedra has worked with Gary Peterson and AFS Racing for several years now, going back to his Indy Lights days. Saavedra preparing for his 6th 500 and his 6th different team. He debuted with Brian Herta Autosport in 2010. Then Andretti Autosport 2 years later after getting bumped in 2011. Dragon Racing in 2013. KV Racing Technology in 2014. And a partnership with Chip Ganassi Racing in 2015. So Saavedra back after a one-year hiatus, working his way back into his comfort zone. And now headed back down the pit lane. And yellow for the moment. Yellow for a track inspection. Good timing. No one is on track. So they'll take the opportunity to take a look at the racetrack. So the yellow right now is for a track inspection. Not long ago we had a relatively lengthy delay for some cleanup on the track for a yellow. Sebastian Bourdais coasted to a stop after we saw some smoke coming out from behind the car. He also lost an engine on Saturday in the IndyCar GP. And I believe we can hear from Sebastian Bourdais back in the garage area on today's issues.
Stopped on track, and Seb, we aren't really sure what happened, so what do you think happened?
Same issue as Saturday at the Grand Prix, unfortunately. The engine let go.
Now, what happens from here?
I don't know. You're going to have to go ask that question to, our guys at Honda, because it's clearly there's an issue. I don't know what it is. I'm not quite sure they know what it is, but that engine was almost new, so there's clearly a big issue, and we need to find a way to fix it, because otherwise it ain't gonna be pretty. So you can't race without an engine, and the guys have done a really good job. We have a powerful and competitive package, but you got to see the checkered flag.
And now we still have several hours left of practice today. How crucial would those hours have been for you?
Well, yeah, I mean that's when you start, obviously doing the first trims and everything. We're still doing some race setup stuff, and yeah, we're gonna come back pretty soon in the garage and put some trims on the car and see what the car felt like. So obviously ain't gonna happen. So if weather tomorrow is not very pleasant, then it's gonna set us back. But it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You know, we don't. If we don't qualify very well, as long as the race car is competitive, it's all that matters. You can win from the back here.
All right, tough break, 2 weeks in a row for Sebastien Bourdais.
All right, thank you, Katie. And there's the confirmation that it was an engine letting go. We assumed and suspected that, but sometimes there are things that aren't as they appear. And the question now is, how much concern is there in the Honda camp? Some of the Chevy drivers were speculating a couple of days ago that the Hondas had turned it down a little bit
Bourdais
after some more issues, and the speeds weren't as quick for Honda on day 2 as they were on day number 1. Today they're back up there quick, in a tow as well. So that's all part of the process. How far can you turn them up, and then how much risk are you taking for getting the engines to last? And tomorrow, they all will be turned up. More boost is allowed in the engines for the entire field in qualifying situations. So they'll get their first chance to get used to that. The car may handle slightly differently. There may be other changes needed to go along with that. So the Friday practice, Fast Friday, is with extra horsepower, weather permitting, to prepare for qualifying. And then to ensure 500 miles of racing, or give a greater chance at that, they're turned back down to these levels for the practice session on Monday and for the race as well.
We are down to the final minute or so here before we go back to green flag activity. Track will be open for practice. Got a couple more hours of this situation. Already today, some 1,443 laps have been turned. The top speed of the day, Jay Howard at 226 plus. And that's going out there pretty good with all these wind conditions the guys have been facing the last couple of days. Ryan Hunter raced second quick at 225.8. And, in fact, the first 7 cars have exceeded 225 miles an hour. Flag is up, indicating we're about ready to go. Here are the track conditions. I'll give you some indication just how hot it is out on the racing surface in turns 1, 2, 3, and 4. Almost 130 degrees racing surface down in turn 1. And over the last few days, it's been cooler along the backstretch, though not necessarily so today. Turn 4, the coolest spot, almost 122 degrees down there. The winds, it says southeast at 4, but that's a little misleading because they're apparently stronger than that. They are picked up right here with the start-finish line with a weather instrument that is kind of sheltered to a certain degree. So 4 miles an hour is a little deceiving. Air temp 89. So if you're out there watching us today, please hydrate, as they say, and get out of the sun once in a while. Again, flag is up, about set to go once they get the safety trucks back into their respective positions. In fact, we're told now it's 1 minute. 1 minute. And we are green. Track is open for practice. Gabby Chavez, one of the first cars to take to the track right now in that turquoise-colored car. The 16 machine. Oriel Servia, Kevin mentioned a while ago, he has been out working over the past few minutes. He is going back out into the race course. And the 40 car of Zach Veach also out on the speedway. On the video boards, riding along with Gabby Chavez in the 88 machine. Gabby's best lap of the day has been at the 220 range as they try to work up the speed. Well, the yellow flag is up once again, and this time for debris on the race course, something we've experienced several times during the day throughout the days the track has been open. So yellow for the moment, debris on the race course. And we are back, and you can see the cars have left the pit area. Green flag is up. They have the debris cleaned up. It comes down the south end of the pit area. And we are back and ready to go once again in search of speed. Again, Jay Howard in a Honda, 226.7. In fact, the first three cars are powered by Honda. Hunter Ray, Micro Andretti, number 2 and 3. And for you fans seated along the north edge of the pit area, the 29 car, Fernando Alonso, being towed out. That's that McLaren orange. So keep an eye on him as he works up to speed today. Riding along with Spencer Piggott for watching him on the video screens in that white, green, and orange car. One of the busiest drivers today has been Helio Castroneves. He and his team have turned 99 laps here at the Speedway today. Rolling up to the north end now, the 26th car of Takuma Sato. Carlos Munoz in the 14 machine coming down the main straightaway. Carlos topped out so far today at 2:24.291. That lap was at the 2:20.3 speed. Again, the track is really, really hot right now. Carlos driving for A.J. Foyt from Bogota, Colombia. This will be his fourth Indianapolis 500. Finished second back in 2013. Here comes the number 4 car of Connor Daly being towed to the north end of the pits. Connor also a driver for A.J. Foyt. And the number 5 car, James Hinchcliffe, is now out of the pit area in that gold and black machine. He's heading up in to turn number 3 at the moment at the north end of the speedway. You'll see him coming by at the start-finish line momentarily. Hinchcliffe is way down on the speed chart. That lap at 2:19.4. His best has been 2:22.6. The 25th fastest car today. Gabby Chavez heading back out to the race course in the 88 machine. Up in turn 3, that's Chavez. He is really working to find some speed today. He's way down on that speed chart in that 88 machine. Here he comes down the main straightaway. Chavez turning laps right in the 220 bracket at the moment. About 6 miles an hour slower than the top speed of the day, turned in by Jay Howard in the 77 car at 226.7. And here comes the 29 of Fernando Alonso out onto the race course. The 11 machine going by, Spencer Pickett down the main straightaway. Look at Spencer on the video boards. And right behind him, Fernando Alonso. So that may get a little interesting here in the next couple of minutes. Pickett in the 11, the 29. Alonso right behind him as they make the turn to the north end of the speedway. Alonso's had a quick lap today of 2:25.1. That time around, which was literally his first lap at speed, was at 2:24.1. So he is right there already. 7th quick for the day. Quite a bit slower that time at 2:20.1. Those of you watching on the video board, it's kind of interesting what Fernando is doing in the 29 car. Drivers will get their left side tires in the corners down below the white line, but I'm not sure I've seen drivers get them quite that low consistently as he did right there in turn 1. Now the short chute at the south end is set up in turn number 2, and again those tires right down, that time pretty much on the white line, but he is really driving a tight line out there. That's the way he wants to drive. The car is set up that way, so let's hope it works for him. Time around 2:22.8, down about a half a mile an hour from the previous lap in the 2:23 category. And looks like he's going to bring it back into the pit area. Alonso's been busy today. He's turned 65 laps. As I mentioned earlier, Elio Castroneves and that Chevy number 3, 99 laps today in the practice period. The 83, Charlie Kimball, also on the race course at the moment. And just passing us, Tony Kanaan in that blue car, number 10. Not been a particularly fast day for Tony Kanaan. 24th quick right now with a top lap of 2:22.7. That warm-up lap, so to speak, was a 2:19.5. Kanaan 24th fastest. Tony Kanaan in that blue machine, sat on the pole back in 2005, was the winner here at the Speedway a few years back, 2013. Last year, started 18th, had a good race, finished 4th. Takuma Sato had come out of the garage area a few moments ago. He is going out on the race course at this particular moment. That white and purple car. Takuma Sato in car 26. Tony Kanaan comes back into the pit area, and we ride along with the number 5 machine of James Hinchcliffe. And we'll switch out back down and ride along, or at least watch Spencer Piggott in the number 11 car. Connor Daly in the 4 machine rolls out of the pits. He'll be out on the race course here momentarily in the number 4 car. Connor, 26th fastest on the day in his Chevy-powered machine. Not got a lot of speed out of that car today. 222.6 has been his best. A couple of moments ago, we turned past the 1,500 lap number today. 15:27 right now. Tony Kanaan heading back on to the race course as the 26 car of Takuma Sato goes charging by. '16 of Oriol Servia going back onto the race course. He has been very busy of late. Turned in 40 laps so far. Top lap of 2:23.3. Kimball's had a pretty good day. He's been busy, 65 laps today. Charlie in the 83 car on the race course at 225 plus. He's among the top 10. In fact, Charlie checks in at number 6 right now. He's up warming up at 218.2. Kanaan going by, heading up to speed. Kanaan at the north end of the racetrack. And to turn 4. Here comes Servia. In case you fans out in the stands today hadn't figured this out, it's a little warm. We're showing 89 degrees right now. Humidity at 42%. And again, they're showing winds at 4 miles an hour, but they appear to be stronger than that. But it is a warm day. We're in the 126 degree bracket all the way around the track. Down in turn 1, the track reading is 126.7 degrees. folks, it might get interesting. Marco Andretti in the 27 machine now rolling to the north end of the pit area. He'll be pitted up there momentarily, and we'll get a chance to see Marco again. He's third quick of the day, 2:25.7. Third quick behind Jay Howard and Ryan Hunter-Reay. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on Marco. Now, fans, here comes the 15 car, Graham Rahal, also being towed to the north end of the pit area. So your patience may be paid in full here in a few minutes. And there's Fernando Alonso back out on the course. And riding along with Hinch. And the number 12 machine, Will Power. Also rolling down to the south end of the pit area, we have a yellow flag again. And once again, we have debris on the race course. Well, it's been a busy day. As I mentioned, we've now turned 1,557 laps today. And you can see on the video board some of the speeds that have been turned in today. Jay Howard at 226.7. Ryan Hunter-Reay at 225 plus, along with Marco Andretti. Joseph Newgarden, Sage Karam, Charlie Kimball, and Fernando Alonso. They have all hit the 225 bracket. Jack Harvey's car being towed to the north end of the pit area. Right down below us here in that number 50 machine. And the 20 of Ed Carpenter right behind.
There's a reason drivers have trusted Firestone tires since the very first Indy 500. Drivers like Haroon, Shaw, Voigt, Andretti, Rossi. Because while finishing is hard enough, it's winning that makes you a champion. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Hi, I'm IndyCar driver Joseph Newgarden with a message from Outrun the Sun. If you filled the Indianapolis Motor Speedway to capacity 12 times, you'd have the number of Americans diagnosed with skin cancer every year. Skin cancer is preventable. Join me in pledging to be Sun Smart. Check your UV index on the Weather Channel app and protect your skin by wearing sunscreen, hats, and sunglasses. Learn more about sun safety at outrunthesun.org.
Coming out to see me this May? Then be sure to check out IMS.com for the latest schedule, driving directions, parking and camping info, plus much more. Start your race day plans today at IMS.com/plan your visit.
Well, we have about an hour and 20 minutes left in this practice session, and it would appear, from what we're seeing along pit road here, that's going to get kind of interesting here in the next hour or so. We're seeing cars we have not seen in the past hour being rolled out. And, of course, what we don't know, for you fans watching and saying, well, they're not getting much speed today. Well, we don't know what their setup is. Are they in qualifying trim? Or are they just trying to find an extra mile an hour? What are they doing? And they won't tell us. We can ask, but they won't tell us. So that's the whole scenario today. And with all the cars that have been on the race course, they're all working different situations. So it's not like they're all in the qualifying trim or something of that nature. So it's kind of hard to keep up with them, but we'll do the best we can up here. Jay Howard, again, your quickest at 2:26.7. Rolling north of us right now is your defending Indianapolis 500 champion, Alexander Rossi, in the 98 car, that blue and yellow machine. They're towing it north, and he'll be coming out shortly also. So if you need to take a break, you best do it here in the next 10 or 15 minutes, because I have a suspicion it's going to get really kind of wild as Marco rolls out of the pit area. Marco Andretti in the 27 machine, that light blue and white car. For our international folks who are watching and listening over the internet and around the world, Fernando Alonso is back out on the race course right now, and again try to work up to speed. He's been 7th fastest for the day in that Honda powered machine. 69 laps, speed of 225.1. Couple of teammates charging into turn one here. Let's keep an eye on that.
Watching some of the fans and participants walk down the pit lane, and I spy Rico Abreu, who's won the Chili Bowl before. Short track superstar who's competed in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. And I know he's a big Indianapolis 500 fan. He's here today, so welcome to Rico Abreu.
see the yellow and red number 28 of Ryan Hunter Ray being took.
And already nearly 1,650 laps turned. Just over 2,400 on the busiest day earlier this week. So we're very likely to surpass that by the time we're done with a very active happy hour, less than 10 minutes away. Just a little bit of cloud cover coming over the track now. If it stays that way, the track will cool down and speeds will pick up. And with that, here comes the sun again. 89 degrees. I believe that's the warmest temperature registered in the Indianapolis area in this calendar year.
Elio Castroneves is back on the race course, Kevin. He's turned in 101 laps today. That's half of the 500.
So now we'll see those that have come back from the garage area if they're in qualifying trim, which seems reasonable considering an uncertain forecast for tomorrow.
I mentioned a while ago, Kevin, one of the things we don't know, and I also followed that up with they won't tell us anyway, exactly what they are doing out there. They may have gone back to the garage area in the past couple of hours, and as you say, set the car up. Okay, this is what we're going to have qualifying or with the race trim set up right now. Now let's go back and set it up for qualifying. Like you point out, this weather is something that you have to deal with here. You look out ahead, you say, okay, this is what it's supposed to happen. We may not have a full day tomorrow, so let's go set up in race or in qualifying trim. This will be fun here the last hour.
And it's not supposed to be as warm tomorrow either. The high is expected to be around 75, so that will change things considerably. And from what I'm seeing from the Weather Channel, there's not a huge chance of rain, but there's enough to make you think. The highest that we see is a little better than 50% in the middle of the afternoon. But for example, when we start at noon and throughout the morning, it's between 25 and 40%. And late afternoon, it's between 20 and 15%. So I think there's a good chance we're going to see some activity here tomorrow on Fast Friday.
Kevin, we're following Tony Kadan on the video boards right now as he comes down the main straightaway. And again, we're not inclined to suggest what they are trying to do, but he has not been quick today. He's 23rd fastest, just over 223 miles an hour.
But also take a look, if you have a scoring monitor that has such information, the no toe speed, which is the pure speed, and that's the same as his top lap.
Right.
So he's doing that 223
by himself
on his own, which is 8th quick overall. So he does have some relative speed. He just hasn't run in a pack as much as some of the others have. That gives you an artificial speed in some ways, but it also is the way you're going to have to race. So the car does need to be fast in traffic too.
And the bright yellow car going by the start-finish line is Simon Pagenaud.
Oversees all of the engineering efforts with the Dale Coyne Racing team.
And it is happy hour. That's kind of a tradition here at the Speedway. Final 60 minutes of action, and if it's going to happen, Kevin, it's going to happen during happy hour.
So we salute Bob Jenkins, who's watching from home today, who is a regular participant in this extravaganza, in this noteworthy occasion.
And Bob's sitting at home with cool beverage and in his underwear, I would imagine, right now.
Now I believe you're sharing too much information. Welcome to the worldwide audience joining us here today from Indianapolis, Indiana. It's the final hour of practice on day number 4. And we'll wait and watch and see if anyone is in qualifying trim and picks up a little bit of speed. But keep in mind, even if they do trim out, unless they're running in a group to get a tow, all by themselves is going to be tough to top the 226.7 that we saw with Jay Howard. But if they get hooked up together a little bit, we may still see some big speeds. And remember, tomorrow, you're probably going to see, with the extra horsepower, the added boost, if the conditions were the same, another 3 to 4 miles per hour. If it's cooler, might even see more than that. And plus, no one fully trims out until they must. Guys get a little bit more brave when the pole or the Fast 9 is on the line in your starting position, which, if all goes according to plan, will be determined on Sunday. Penske is back. Will Power on track in the number 12 Verizon car. He so far is 12th quick today, 224.563 miles per hour. He has consistently started up front here, but the driver with 47 poles in a relative short amount of time has not won the top spot for this great race.
Ed Carpenter now heading out. Kevin, he pulled that car in the pits a good 20 to 30 minutes ago, so they have been waiting for the weather conditions to be what they want and do whatever they're doing to do to the car to get it ready. But he's been at it for quite some time. Top 5, Kevin J. Howard in the 77 machine at 226.7. Ryan Hunter-Ray 225.8 is the second quickest so far on this day. Marco 225.7. Alonso out at 225.6, and the fifth fastest is Newgarden. Joseph at 225.4. 7 cars in the 225 bracket at the moment. And you go all the way down, the 224s go all the way down to the 19th position. So a lot of consistency out there right now.
It's very close, and we're talking hundredths of a second the difference between what you're hoping for and not. And generally a tenth of a second or so, but a hundredth can make a difference. So going back to, say, all the way down to 20th, separated by less than a half a second. From a team standpoint, Schmidt-Peterson is the fastest. Then we have 3 Andretti cars. We have a Penske car. We have Dreyer and Reinbold. Then a Ganassi car with Kimball. A Rahal Letterman Lanigan car with Servia. Another Andretti car with Sato. And then Dale Coyne Racing with Bourdais. So teams well represented. And as we watch Will Power, one of the other storylines going on today is Team Penske preparing a car for Joseph Newgarden. I have not seen a report whether they're repairing the car that crashed in turn 1 or bringing out a new one, but either way, that's going to take at least a couple of hours to get done. So one would assume their goal is to get it out before the end of the day, at least to do an install lap to make sure they're ready to go for tomorrow. Newgarden was checked, cleared, and released from the IU Health Infield Care Center. There's Charlie Kimball. He's in the top 10 today. 7th quick so far. James Hinchcliffe and Spencer Piggott running together again. Down the backstretch right now, Gabby Chavez is a little further behind them as Hinchcliffe peels off. Sage Karam is the only other car on track at the moment.
Kevin, there's that cloud cover we were looking for. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen under those conditions right now. And again, the wind is being shown at 4 miles. Now they show it at 9 miles per hour. And somehow you sense it's even stronger than that.
Yeah, certainly in different areas of the course. You have to believe it's a little more stout than that. But not that significant to the drivers today, especially after yesterday.
Looking at the track temperatures, Kevin, we've been watching turn 1. It's been almost 130 degrees, and at the moment it shows 123. So the track is getting a little more comfortable.
Graham Rahal is back out. Jay Howard remains the fastest of the day. We've seen him on the pit lane recently. Looking through Twitter, Jay posted a picture back in the garage area talking with his team owner, Sam Schmidt. And Tony Stewart also has a partnership with that team. And Tony is here today back in the garage area. The Tony Stewart Foundation is involved with the number 77 entry, Team One Cure. It's great to have Tony available to spend a little more time in Indianapolis in May.
Jay Howard crossing the start-finish line. 67 laps he has turned today. We have pointed out time and again that he is the quickest of the lot at 2:26.7. That warm-up lap just over 2:18.
And business is just now starting to pick up a little bit. Jack Harvey has turned 68 laps today, one of the 4 rookies, trying to get accustomed to this place in as many different environments as possible. Right now running on his own. 28th quick on the day, top speed of 221 miles per hour. You want the outright speed. You like to qualify as well as you can, but first and foremost for new drivers, it's about getting comfortable and understanding how changes impact the car, and as we watch from the pagoda, just north of the Yard of Bricks, you might look on the pit lane and see the car of former champion Buddy Lazier being towed to his pit location. The number 44 entry for Buddy Lazier is headed up to the north end and will attempt to get his first work on track this month.
And assuming he does get out into the race course, Kevin, that will give us a full field of 33 that have been on the track today. And again, a lot of laps being turned. 1,827 laps have been turned so far today. We have just over 45 minutes remaining in this practice session. Elio Castroneves just passed the start-finish line with his 106th lap of the day. Top speed 2:24.4. That warm-up lap last time around 2:21.8.
And there's Simon Pagenaud back on track. And today is Simon's birthday. Happy birthday to last year's Verizon IndyCar Series champ. And as we hit happy hour, the temperature is starting to drop just a little bit. The high today has been 89 degrees. And by the way, for our European friends, I asked Jerry Baker to do the translation, but I've looked it up. That's just shy of 32 degrees Celsius. And right now we're at 86 degrees Fahrenheit, so the track is starting to cool down a little bit, which could provide a little quicker speeds. And again, to give you the relationship of miles per hour to kilometers per hour, we're looking at maybe in the 230 to 235 mile per hour trap speed, meaning top speed as they enter a corner. So for example, if it's 235, that's over 378 kilometers per hour. And right now we're also keeping an eye on the north end of the pit lane to see when we might find Buddy Lazier release from the pits for the first time.
Not sure we've mentioned this, but Pippa Mann is back on the race course also. Kevin Lee in that 63 pink and white machine.
Katie Hargett is up on the north end of pit lane, and she reports that Buddy Lazier is strapping into his car now. Sad news to report from Doug Bowles, the president of IMS, on his Twitter feed. He reports that Jim McElreath, the 1962 Rookie of the Year and a 5-time IndyCar race winner, has passed away. So sad to hear about Jim McElreath, one of the greats here from the 60s. There's Buddy Lazier on the video board climbing in.
This is quite a story, Kevin. It really is, to watch them, meaning his dad, Bob, and all of the work they have to do throughout the winter to get their team together. I mean, this literally is a one-man band right here.
This harkens back to the old days when this is a small, tight-knit group, a family-run organization. They brought on Mitch Davis, veteran chief mechanic, team manager. He is heading up that effort. Larry Curry has handled it for the last several years, but Larry is now working with the Harding Group and Harding Racing on the 88 of Gabby Chavez. Mitch is very, very respected and very competent, and he's been on many winning race cars. But budget helps in racing, and they're a little bit behind some of the others. So we'll see what Buddy Lazier can do. We know this, that he has the talent at this place and had a stretch that was successful as anyone else.
Hard to believe, Kevin. This would be his 20th Indianapolis 500. He has 5 top 5s, 6 top 10s. He's led 3 races for 70 laps. And last year, started back in the back row, 32nd, finished 30th. Ran halfway through the race, turned in 100 laps last year.
Yeah, they had a mechanical at the start of the race, and he started many laps behind, but eventually did get out and got involved.
So Buddy Lazier out of Vail, Colorado for Lazier Racing Partners. We'll be out momentarily, and that'll give us all 33 cars on the track today.
If you're looking at that on-board shot, you can see the on-board camera has another camera in front of it. And that is allowed in practice situations. Teams can put their own GoPro in front. And I didn't see whether that was Kanaan or Dixon. It was Dixon. And now we're on board with Ryan Hunter-Ray. Watch him go to work. And note the hands and the different adjustments he can make. Buttons to change his display, change the handling of the car. There's a lot more to do than just find the right line.
What's the cost of one
keep
of those,
it to the pedal?
One of those steering wheels? It's up in the
$25,000 to $30,000.
$25,000. It's not like you and I have in our car. No.
Correct.
Okay.
Pairing that primary car, so we're pairing the 2 car. Had pretty significant damage to the left front corner, the left rear, and then came around and hit a second time So it's possible that it has all 4 corners. And there goes Buddy Lazier. The 1996 champion is headed to the south end down the pit lane for his first appearance in 2017. Alexander Rossi is also on course, just past the start-finish line. Rossi is 13th quick overall, and in fact, his last speed was over 220 miles an hour, his best over 224. Pippa Mann also headed back out in the 63. So we saw Buddy Lazier leave the pit lane for what we call an install lap, just to make sure everything is bolted on correctly, that the engine works, not up to speed, just exit. Stay on the warm-up lane as much as possible and pit again. Carlos Munoz, a two-time runner-up, on track right now in the legendary number 14 for A.J. Foyt. Look at this pack of cars. Here come the Andrettis.
Well, we're a little less than 30 minutes to go in this practice session, 28 minutes to be more precise. So if you're going to go out and get something done, you're running a little short on time here. And Ken, if the Andretti gang goes out and hooks up together, that'll be fun to watch here. Coming out of turn number 4, a 7-car field coming at you.
So in that group we have Takuma Sato, who has the fastest speed on his own today from the no-tow report at over 224 miles an hour. He's in the blue and white 26. J.R. Hildebrand is in the white 21. They're going around. James Hinchcliffe getting up to speed. Ryan Hunter-Reay is third in line in the yellow DHL car. Marco Andretti is there. Michaela Lotion, Ed Carpenter, Jack Harvey, Fernando Alonso back in the mix.
And that was an interesting move down in turn 1. 3 wide at one point, and Alonso managed to get down low along the white line and make the pass.
He clearly is not afraid.
No.
Nor did we expect him to be.
Absolutely not. That was a 2:22 lap, still about 3.5 miles an hour slower than his best lap of the day.
Alonso fourth quick overall on the day, and he was the fastest in the late afternoon at 2:25.619. Most of the other speeds came earlier as we watched James Hinchcliffe squeeze his way through to the front of a mini pack. Here they come again, side by side, past the yard of bricks. Sato on the outside, Hinchcliffe on the inside, Alonso also in the mix. It's Oriol Servia in the white and yellow car in the middle. And Marco Andretti just went around him. And Andretti is right behind his teammate Sato. And that's in the middle of the pack. And here they come again. Will Power is out in front of that one. So we wondered whether we would see race trim or qualifying trim as Marco goes down below James Hinchcliffe, and we'll go ahead and take Will Power as well into the corner. We wondered if it would be race trim or qualifying trim to finish the day, and showing by the speeds not as quick as we've seen and the fact that they're still running in groups together like this, that would lead me to believe that they're still certainly working on race setup. You don't want to be in a qualifying trim mixing it up like this. The car is more unstable, and you don't learn what you want to learn for qualifying. So they have better meteorologists than I do. They may have determined that we're pretty certain we're going to get Some track cars as good as it can be, and 3 wide for just a moment, and then they'll settle in. This is good stuff. This is what we came for today. Race practice in the final 30 minutes of day 4 at Indianapolis. On board with James Hinchcliffe. He's 4th in this long line of cars heading towards turn 1. They're running in the 220, 221 or 22 mile per hour range right now. That's a race pace. Here's Jay Howard in the 77 Lucas Oil car, fastest so far today early on at 226.744 miles per hour. He's running directly in front of Fernando Alonso. Back in the Papaya Orange 29. So much focus, understandably so, given to Fernando Alonso in his debut on an oval as Hinchcliffe goes to the inside of Serbia. But also keep in mind the other drivers that are rookies who are not competing full-time. And Jay is critical time for drivers like Howard and the other inexperienced drivers here to get some time in traffic. And the racing was totally different back in 2011. This is a different car. So everyone learns at every chance they get at this place.
Well, Fernando Alonso had a checklist when he arrived here at the Speedway, Kevin. He had made it public things he had to learn, one of which was to run in traffic. And this is a great teaching method right here that he's involved with.
And so far he's passed all his tests with very positive reviews. Less than 20 minutes remaining in today's practice session, leading up to Fast Friday and qualifying this weekend for the 101st 500. Power going to the inside of Serbia. Sato making that move just a little further back. And now Alonso peeling off. Jay Howard has also come to the pit lane. Jerry, we were talking earlier about potential concern for Honda with Sebastian Bourdais losing an engine for the second time since last weekend. Also, we've seen a couple of others in the last week. Graham Rahal lost one in practice, so I think they've lost 4 in the last week. And Racer.com and Marshall Pruitt have a story with quotes from Alan Miller, who is the Honda Performance Development Race Team leader. And he said the failures are under investigation. We'll do our best to address any issues before the race. Graham Rahal has been quoted before as saying we're winding them up as much as we can to get the best performance. So that's some of the speculation, but Honda is certainly looking into things, and they'll be working to ensure the best performance and the best reliability as well. One of the storylines, Honda versus Chevy. Honda has had what appears to be just a slight advantage in the last year. But what will Chevy come back with? What does Honda have for this year's qualifying in 500?
Well, right now, Kevin, we mentioned this earlier, they have 9 of the top 11 cars. Only Newgarden and Karam are riding those Chevy engines at the moment, so 9 of the top 11 are being powered by Honda.
This weekend counts to some extent, and then it's the 28th. In less than a week and a half is what we will remember. Buddy Lazier headed back down the pit lane. He's going to head back out. And there are a lot of cars on track, but they're all grouped together. So he's going to be able to run on his own for a little while. The pack right now is on the back stretch. And a couple more coming through on the front stretch. And the rest of it is wide open.
Over the north end of the speedway at the moment. Down to turn 3, short chute, north end. We'll make this little left-hand move, Kevin, and here comes a bunch of them right at you here at the start-finish line.
Hinchcliffe and Marco Andretti side by side, with Andretti pulling in front by the time they get to turn 1.
Just noticed Aloysian also took a little dive to the inside and made a pass likewise. Well, you've got to really have faith and trust in that guy out there with you, or the gal out there with you.
Yeah, you want to know who's around you.
Yep.
And take all of that into consideration. There's Fernando Alonso getting back at it after a quick pit stop. He'll try to blend in and catch up to the pack. He's right now running behind Simon Pagenaud, the birthday boy. On board right now with Ryan Hunter-Reay, the 2014 champion, one of the most dramatic finishes we've ever seen. We call it the pass in the grass. This time he's able to keep it all on pavement as he goes around Will Power. He got by Helio Castroneves on the next to the last lap, I believe, and hung on for one of the closest finishes we've seen, denying Castroneves of a 4th win. Hunter-Reay now heading towards pit road.
Alexander Rossi, the defending champion there. Right up on the rear wing of the car in front, and then a little jump to the left, and off they go. Simon Pagano. Heading toward 2,300 laps turned here at the Speedway today. And we'll hit 23 next car that comes by. In fact, that's it right there. So we've got over 2,300 laps turned today here at the Speedway. And the time to go is about 11 and a half minutes. Now the yellow flag comes out for a track inspection. And that's going to eat up some of the final 10 minutes of this practice session, just under 10 minutes as we speak. Inspection out of the race course. We have an indication there has been a cut tire reported. So this will bring the entire field back into the pit area. And while it's semi-quiet at the moment, here's tomorrow's Fast Friday schedule. The public gates will open at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And at noon, the cars will be out of the racetrack. The IndyCar Series practice begins at 12 o'clock noon and will run until 6 o'clock. And then we will have the draw shortly after 6 o'clock for the qualification draw as to the alignment of cars in that order that'll go out on Saturday morning, weather permitting, and try to qualify for the 101st Indianapolis 500. So that'll be right after they close the track at 6 o'clock tomorrow night. So the gates open at 10, on-track activity at noon. Now you can see that Simon Pagano is staying in his car. They hope to get back out in a moment if they can. We're running down short of time now. 7.5 minutes remaining in this practice period. So the drivers, for the most part, from what we can see, are staying inside their rides. Scott Goodyear, longtime runner here at the Speedway, chatting with Jay Howard down at the pit area. As Kevin pointed out, Jay Howard kind of came out of nowhere as far as most of the media concerned today. He pointed out that he has not run here since 2011. And yet, Kevin, he turned in a terrific performance. 86 laps he was on the track today. Top lap at 2:26.7. His no-toe speed, which has got to be a little bit concerning, I guess, was only 2:19. And again, when they got to qualify, there ain't no toe out there.
No doubt. But still looks good, and it's good for your partners and your sponsors and morale to just be atop the racing. He runs a go-kart program and runs an F4 program, but he's been out of the cockpit of IndyCar for a while. He's worked on deals, and he's been very close to deals that would bring him back in the last few years. Got it done this year, and is showing he can still get it done on track.
Really running short on time now. Will happen until everybody gets back in their assigned position.
Simon, a little birdie told me today that today is a very special day for you, specifically because it's a magic number. It's your 33rd birthday.
Yes, it is. I'm not getting any younger, but you know, it's been a great career so far. Hopefully, I have 20 more years to go.
Today, we saw a lot of you guys running in traffic. What does that mean for your race car?
Yeah, we're very happy with the Menards car at the end in traffic. We finally got it tuned up, I think, close for the race. So pretty happy about the last run, especially there were a lot of cars out there. We ran in dirty air, and the car felt great.
But qualifying is coming up.
Yes.
What about that car?
Yeah, well, you know, Honda is really strong, so it's going to be a challenge, but we're putting everything we can, all the strings, and Chevy's doing a tremendous job at giving us everything they have. So we'll see what we have tomorrow, but it's also more boost tomorrow, so it should be more turbo, so that should be a lot of fun.
Okay, I think it would be a perfect belated birthday present to get this guy on the pole. Thanks, Simon.
Thank you.
And he's been knocking on the door for a race win here. Got that first oval win out of the way a few weeks ago at Phoenix, and he said that was hugely significant. Felt like it was the biggest win, or at least most satisfying win of his career, because that's one of the things that IndyCar allows for drivers, is to show their strength on all types of circuits and their diversity.
It's interesting to me, Kevin. Here's a veteran driver, Simon Pagenaud. Been out running today, 222, watching the field, 226. And I've been doing this forever, and it still knocks me out that's the way they focus. That's the way they approach their job. And I guess you got to do that.
It's got to be fun.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have devoted as much time to be great at it if you did not enjoy it.
Well, we're going to get a little bit more activity. We don't have much time left. 2.5 minutes remain, getting ready to throw the green flag atop the starter stand. And it'll be a late session here, and one of the first cars pulling out of the pit area, the 20 car of Ed Carpenter. There's 3 cars, 4 cars, 5, 6. You probably only get, Kevin, maybe 1 lap at speed, I suppose.
They're going to give them a couple of minutes. And it is just now 5:58, so yeah, you're right. Probably 1 lap at speed. Maybe a second lap. Takes right around 40 seconds for a lap here at Indianapolis.
They're up in the north end of the racetrack. Short chute, north end, heading toward turn number 4. And they might get that second hot lap in. We'll see. Here they come down the main straight.
It's Ed Carpenter leading the charge, a two-time pole sitter here. Marco Andretti behind him in the blue and white car. The DHL car is Ryan Hunter-Reay. J.R. Hildebrand is a little farther back, fourth in that group. And there should be time for one more lap after this as Andretti moves ahead. 2:19.7 that time by for Marco Andretti.
Ryan Hunter-Reay at 2:19.2. "20 seconds remain in this practice period, so if they can get back to the start-finish line, and they're not going to get that job done, I don't think. It's going to be close. Yeah, they are, Kevin. Going to get one more.
.220.1 that time for Marco Andretti, leading that group. Ryan Hunter-Reay was also in the pack at 2:17.8.
And the checkered flag is out, so they will let the field on the course finish this lap. And Andretti, Marco, is the pale blue and white car that's out in front of the field right now.
Marco Andretti and the rest of the group see the checkered flag.
So that will conclude today's activity. We had 13 yellow flags today. We've turned 2,362 laps here at the 2.5-mile oval as you ride along with Marco. And now, Kevin, we've kind of come to a moment of truth, so to speak. We had all 33 cars out on the race course today. And tomorrow, assuming the weather will give us some kind of a break, Fast Friday, as you pointed out, we get a little more horsepower, and that may kick up the speeds 2 or 3, maybe even 4 miles an hour. What are we looking at tomorrow?
I think you're going to see extra speed as long as the weather cooperates. With that extra horsepower, teams are going to try to dial in the race cars in qualifying trim. And hopefully the weather plays along nicely because Fast Friday is fun. It's a good excuse to skip out of work a little bit early or just start the weekend early. We lack a little bit in productivity in central Indiana once we get to the second half of May.
You haven't just noticed that the 40 car of Zach Veach indicates some smoke coming out of that particular car and along the back straight, and has, I think, got himself back into the pit area or trying to do so. So that's not a good way to end a day.
So we'll watch on that Chevrolet for A.J. Foyt Racing and wait and see if we get any report. It may not come until the morning on Zach Veach, but we'll hope for minor issues with that car. Fastest today, Jay Howard, 226.744 miles per hour for the Schmidt-Peterson Honda. Fastest so far this week. Honda's the top 4 today. Ryan Hunter-Reay was second at 225.8. Then Marco Andretti. Fernando Alonso was 4th quick on the day. Joseph Newgarden, 5th quick, who had the only incident of the day, a crash in turn number 1, fairly significant damage to the car. They were working to repair it, did not see it back out this afternoon. And Joseph came up hobbling a bit, said his left foot was banged up, likely a bruise coming, but he was cleared and released. So Newgarden is eligible to return whenever the team is ready. Good day today, lots of activity. 2,362 laps turned, and we'll try again tomorrow with the gates opening in the morning and practice beginning at 12 noon. On behalf of the Holman George family, we thank you for joining us. Have a great evening, and thank you for spending some of your day with us at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Papa was a copper and her mama was a hippie. In Alabama, she was swinging a hammer. Price you gotta pay when you break the panorama. She never knew that there was anything more than gold. What in the world does your company take me for? Black bandana, sweet Louisiana, robbing on a bank in the state of Indiana. She's a runner, rebel and a stunner. On the merry way, saying, baby, what you gonna? Looking down the barrel of a hot metal 45. Just another way to survive. California, rest in peace. Simultaneous release. California, show your teeth. She's my priestess. I'm your priest. Yeah, yeah. She's a lover, baby, and a fighter. Should have seen her coming when it got a little brighter. With a name like Day in California, day was gonna come when I was gonna mourn ya. A little loaded, she was stealing another breath. I love my baby to death. California, rest in peace. Simultaneous release. California, show your teeth. She's my priestess. I'm your priest. Yeah, yeah. Push the fader, gifted animator, one for the now and 11 for the later. Never made it up to Minnesota. North Dakota man was a gunner for the quota. Down in the Badlands, she was saving the best for last. It only hurts when I laugh.
Between is it still working? You can hear me. Yeah, very, very similar. Once you get into the traffic, definitely feels like it's not as stable as the old car. That's really all I got for you. I mean, the controls are, very different. Obviously have a clutch. Last time I drove this IndyCar, I had 3 pedals, and now we've only got 2. That's a little different. They're really, there's not, I had mixed feedback from lots of different people. Some people were like, oh, the car's so different, and these dome skids, and, had all sorts of crazy thoughts on how the car's so different. But, I think it goes back to credit to the team. Maybe when they first got this car, there was some challenges with it, but the Schmidt-Peterson guys have done a mega job with the car, and for me to have the time out that I've had and slide in and be P1, that's pretty amazing. Yeah, so I was doing some work with Tony Stewart Foundation, and I'll keep it short, but basically got to know Joni, Bob, and Pam is Tony's mother. And I think they took a liking to me. I might be wrong. And we just all had this fantastic idea that I should be driving. So we started working on it, and there's this program called One Cure. There's a Flint Animal Cancer Center out in Colorado at CSU University. And we went to visit, and it's an amazing facility. And the the whole program is based around comparative oncology. Basically what comparative oncology is, the crossover between cancer in dogs, for example, and humans. And so their whole slogan is, the cure to cancer could be walking right next to us. And just the little bit that I got to experience being there, very similar in terms of, there's a team of people focused on, a sick dog. And it's just, the work they do is phenomenal. We want to get them some recognition. We want to support them. We want, we're driving for something more than just, getting my ugly mug on the Borg Warner trophy. It's an amazing cause, and, we want to beat cancer. And, in the human trials, you're talking 8 to, some as long as 15 years. And, not necessarily much success. And in dogs and with their lifespan, you're talking 2-year trials. So the speed at which they learn and develop the drugs and medication is pretty amazing. So we're seeing a lot of stuff cross over, and the people at Flint Animal Cancer Center are helping people now, which is absolutely amazing. So.
I got here late, so you may have already answered it, but the day he shows up, the day Tony shows up, you get fast lap of the day.
I'm going to chain him up in the garage.
Yeah.
He ain't going nowhere. He might think he's leaving. He ain't.
But
he's going to get out to his car. He's going to see he's got flat tires. I've already been out there taking care of all the tires. He's not escaping.
Yeah, but what does his presence do to kind of elevate the game a little bit?
Yeah,
and how many days is he? How much time does he plan on being up here this month?
I told you, he ain't leaving. Well, I know he's got the little 500 that he's racing. Because Tony says he's retired, but he's not retired. He loves racing. I don't know exactly Tony's schedule, but he has this presence. Everybody loves him. Well, I say everybody, we love him. But no, he just loves it. He's got a passion for racing, and I'm sure everyone, including Sam, was probably really happy to see how the day ended up with Tony around. And like I say, I'm hoping I can chain him to the sink or something and not let him go anywhere.
Since Ryan showed up, we'll see. Are there any more questions for Jay before we let Jay free?
Jay, just a question for you concerning your Formula 4 team here in America.
Yep.
I just want to double check. I think you won the championship last year with a young guy called Cameron Duss. Is this correct?
No, this is our first year in Formula 4. But the engineer that won the championship with Duss last year is now with us, so that's the only connection there.
What's your plan for the young guys when you win the championship? Bring
Yeah,
them
we're
in
all-
IndyCar or to Europe in open wheel race?
Yeah, ultimately every parent and driver has their own ideas and vision of where they should and shouldn't go, but for us, Formula 4 is a perfect step from karting, and really where they should go, if it's my opinion, they should go to USF 2000. It's a perfect step for them, and that's where we'll push them, and you never know, maybe we'll have a USF 2000 team next year. We'll see.
So you said that the cars weren't super difficult for you to adjust to today, or just this year. I know there's a new body kit coming out for next year with IndyCar. Do you think that'll be the same case for you, that it won't be too difficult to adjust to that next year?
Yeah, that might be a little more tricky because, like I said, with these guys, they've had a bit of time now with the car and obviously done an exceptionally good job getting the balance very, very good. As soon as I got in the car, it was just small changes that we wanted to do. So, anytime you introduce something new like an aero kit, for sure there's a lot of work to be done, not necessarily everything that's done on a computer. Sometimes it's a little different on track, but we will see. But if I'm lucky enough to be driving with a new aero kit, I'll report back.
Very good. Jay, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks, man.
Ryan Hunter-Reay joins us. And Ryan, I was pondering as you came in, there's a couple of drivers who have been here for a number of years who I think have experienced the entire gamut of this facility, where you've drank the milk, you've had the incredible times when you couldn't find the speed, you've dealt with the conditions. I mean, how does that affect you when you're taking a look at a week like this where the conditions have been a little extreme? We don't know about the weather. It's the kind of thing that can really throw you for a curveball.
Yeah, it's been tough work the past just today, I guess, but the past couple days it's been tricky out there. We're definitely driving the cars a lot, I can tell you that. We're on edge, and you never really know what the next lap is going to hold, and what surprise is coming at the next corner with dirty air or gust of wind or whatever. So we've done quite a bit of testing, and we've tried a lot of things, and we've kind of bounced around a bit, but it's certainly it's pretty difficult out there. We'll see what the weather does over the next couple days. Hopefully we can get in some qualifying simulation runs on Fast Friday if the weather cooperates, but we're looking forward to the next page here tomorrow.
Very good.
Ryan, a new voice in the ear for this race. Instead of Michael, it's going to be Ray, and you and Ray have worked together a very long time, but just to have a different race strategist, even though the race strategist is what the engineer usually devises, how do you see that working out for this race?
Great. Well, Ray has been in my ear for the past 2 years at all races, so it's business as usual.
So how often do you hear from Michael when he's on your stand?
Just when we're on the intercom talking and everything, and during practice and all that stuff, and sometimes he'll pipe up during qualifying or whatever. But he's more bouncing around to different cars that kind of need his attention, I guess. He's kind of in that, he's shifting from car to car at times and bouncing around. I guess his home base for him is the 28 car, yes. But now that he's on the 29 car full time now. And that can change next month or where he is, but since the beginning of 2016, Ray has been in my ears.
And as far as it's one thing to look up on top, see Jay's fast speed, but that was 24th with no toe. All the Andretti cars were up there around the top 4 or 5. You were 4th in no toe. Just to be able to get according to that, I
wonder what. Yeah, we looked at the no toe. Oh, I think it was because it's either a 10-second or 8-second filter, but we were pretty happy with our no toe. Yeah, absolutely.
But I was saying all the Andretti's, their speeds appear to be with no toe.
Yeah, the cars are definitely pretty quick. Do you know what that no toe report is based on? What filter it is? What gap? No. But yeah, we're all all pretty happy with the speed. It's going to be about getting the balance and the balance not going off through the run. That is the key to going fast here at Indy, is to have a nice consistent run through the 4 laps. So that's what we're focused on. Did some trims today, and it was definitely it had my attention. It was pretty interesting out there. So we'll see. Tomorrow's going to be another one. I think the conditions might be a bit better tomorrow if it stays dry.
A couple of questions. Number one, I take a look at the charts today, and the Honda people are strongly represented in the top half of the chart. And then the Chevy people, not quite so much until you get down to the bottom page. It flips by pretty fast.
Yeah.
Would you say that the Honda people this year are completely satisfied with the package they brought?
It looks like there's a lot more Hondas than Chevys out there. Am I getting something wrong?
I think there's 18 this year, 18 Hondas.
I don't know. 18 Hondas?
Yeah.
So definitely, I guess, the majority. But yeah, it's definitely, like last year we were strong as well. I think it's similar to last year.
Okay.
It's great competition. You have 4 Hondas, 2 Chevys. What is that? 5 Hondas, Chevy, Honda, Chevy, Chevy, Honda, Honda, Chevy, Chevy, Honda, Chevy. So it's going to be a good battle, I think.
And the second one is, I don't think that Joseph forgot how to drive suddenly in traffic, so he obviously had a scary moment out there. Did every driver pretty much, if they were pushing it a little bit, have those times scary moments
Absolutely. I'm not sure what happened with Newgarden, but I can tell you in traffic, with the gusting wind and everything else, one lap you go through there, you feel like Superman. The next lap you come through, and it all of a sudden surprise you, and we're wheeling it big time. So, and all you need is the wrong combination of a gust of wind and a bit of dirty air while the rear steps out, and it could clock just a little bit too far, and you're around. So I'm not sure what happened with his car, though. Who knows? For all I know, something could have broke. But it was something that it was very busy out there today, and like I said, I was wheeling it. I had some pretty good loose moments as well.
Other questions for Ryan Hunter-Reay before we let him go about his day?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.